afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Friday here at the Super Series. And goodness me, have we teed up just the day for you. We have a foursome involved at the top of the table, but only two can pin their way through to finals night here. It's going to be a ride for sure here at the Super Series. Group C in action this afternoon, and this is what we've got coming up. James Richardson ended his first day in Group C about a victory to his name. Rufus will be hoping to live up to his namesake a bit more on day two. Christopher Tunders picked up a solitary victory on day one. He probably has to be perfect if he is to make it through to finals night on debut. Josh Richardson had a strong start and a good end, but it was the middle which saw him lose 2 games. We saw him end on 6 points. That's the same tally as Bradley Rhodes, who won 3 from 5 to keep a second finals night hopes alive. John Worsley won his first 4 matches, playing the type of darts which saw him reach Champions Week in Series 3. Can the Womble make the finals night running again? But the story of yesterday was debutant Tom Sykes. 4 wins from 5, including 3 4-0 wins, sees him top the table. Yeah, Tom Sykes is the clubhouse leader overnight. Laura Turner is alongside me up here on the balcony. What an interesting first day we saw. Tom Sykes on debut. How impressive was he?
Yeah, very impressive. And we kind of, gave the impression yesterday, he was a bit of an unknown quantity, but, Yorkshire A player, and there was big things coming from Tom's camp. So, yeah, really did prove himself yesterday.
Only good players play for that Yorkshire County team over the years. Right, let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself going into the second day's worth of action, because he's joined on 8 points by John Worsley, won each of his opening 4 matches and kind of played to the levels that we've come to expect of him here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he's kind of met the expectation. It was just the match against Tom at the the second to last match yesterday, which saw him come a bit unstuck. But yeah, he's played really well, and it put himself in a great position to go through to tomorrow's finals.
But those players in 3rd and 4th on 6 points, they're going to really fancy their chances today.
Yeah, it's still very open. We know full well that, anything can change.
And that is why the outright betting market today could look a very bit interesting. This is how they go from the off. Joint favourites, John Worsley, Tom Sykes, both at 5 to 4. John Worsley's come in, but maybe not come in as much as maybe we would have expected him to.
Yeah, no, perhaps not. But I think that's just a testament, like we're saying, it is still tight. And, we've got Tom Sykes, he is pushing for that top spot as well. Sits there top overnight, but just on leg difference.
No, certainly that. And then Josh Richardson, Bradley Rhodes 13 to 2 and 8 to 1 respectively. So that is how the outrights look this afternoon. Let's have a look and see how the bet builder is shaping up this afternoon, because this is a 4 to 1 treble this afternoon. John Worsley and Tom Sykes to go over 5.5 legs at 1 to 2. Christopher Tunders to get the better of James Richardson. That is at even money. And then Tom Sykes to get the better of Bradley Rhodes at 8 to 13, paying just over 4 to 1 this afternoon. That looks like a good little bet.
Yeah, I guess the sticking point for me could be, James Richardson. He's just had a bit of a nightmare so far this week, but we know he's one of those players that just still has massive performances in there. So that could be a bit of a sticky one.
And it is 18 plus begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Right, our first game of the afternoon session sees Christopher Tunders in action, the German taking on Josh Richardson. Tunders on debut in this competition, and we thought we'd catch up with him to see how he's found the experience so far. Christopher, day 5 here at the Super Series. How have you found the experience so far?
I've liked it very much. I like that I can play every day, and it's like I do not have to wait 2 hours to my next game. The people here are very nice. It's very fun to play here.
We've seen you play in the German Super League last year, but playing in this, has it felt just a little bit different, with a bit more time in front of the cameras, in front of the lights?
It is a little bit different, yeah. But it doesn't make a big difference for me. But it's quite nice. I like it.
We've seen you with a smile on your face ever since the first darts thrown. It's felt like you've really embraced everything about this competition. You've really enjoyed yourself.
Yes, I've really enjoyed myself. It's like I said before, it was a big dream for me to play here, and it's like I imagined it before. If I play here, it's going to be like this. Yeah.
As opposed to today, you'll try and do everything possible to have the full experience, have the crowd here tomorrow night.
Yes, I try my best. It's the first day of the Group C was not the best. It was a little bit unlucky for me, I think. But today I'll give my best, and let's see.
Well, Christopher, we really enjoyed having you here this week. Wish you all the very best of luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah, really likeable young man is Christopher Tunders. He takes on another man who's just come off the development tour at the end of last year in Josh Richardson. He's looking to make his way through to finals night. Watching this one alongside all the other 25 games that are going to be broadcasting to you live today. Laura Turner's made her way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, really looking forward to today's doubling darting delight. And, well, I've liked what I've seen of Christopher Tonders. Certainly is very level-headed. He's ambitious. And he's given it absolutely everything. He's been very professional. He's been a pleasure to have around. And if we're going to see any more of him after today, and I mean in terms of making finals night tomorrow night, I think, Laura, he's going to have to go through the car today. He's going to have to make it 5 from 5.
Yeah, I agree. You know, sat there in 5th place, but just on those 2 points with the next one above, which is Josh Richardson, who he faces now on 6 points. We've seen it done before.
It's doable. And like he says, he was a little
64.
unlucky yesterday. He lost 4-2 to a very good John Worsley.
140.
I mean, he averaged 91.5 in his opening game, but walked into a debut performance from the gods, from Tom Sykes, who averaged just shy of 102.
38.
He then went down to Bradley 4-1, where he averaged 83.5. He then got a win
81.
4-0 over James with a 92.5 and 80% on the doubles. And as you just mentioned, in this one yesterday, which was the final game of the session, he was just edged out 4-3. So I understand where he's coming from, where he feels he was a little bit unfortunate. But at no point did we see him drop his head. There was no negativity. And I say I like the cut of his cloth. I think we're going to see a lot more from him.
95. Christopher Carr, 100.
In terms of Josh, as Henry mentioned, he's now not eligible
52.
for the
Joshua Carr,
Dev Tour.
170.
So now the hard work starts, really.
Yeah, it's that transition, isn't it? I think some find it easier than others, and
86.
as we've seen with the development tour,
Christopher
we
Carr,
do have
48.
players on there now who have already secured their tour card and just got that platform they
Shot
can
on the
build
first
on.
leg. Christopher Tonders.
That's a good platform for Christopher Tunders to build on.
Yeah, absolutely. 14 dart breaker throw with a max. Yeah,
Second
and you're
leg,
exactly
Christopher
right. It is
first.
making
Game on.
that step, and it is a big step. And we've seen players over the years try and make that transition
45.
from Devon Challenge Tour over into Pro Tour, and it is a big jump. I mean, you only got to look at the numbers yesterday from the last 2 days on the Pro Tour.
100.
That Players' Championship is very unforgiving. It is savage. If you feel unlucky
100.
here, losing with 90-odd averages, well, spare a thought for those yesterday losing with 100-plus averages, and especially on
77.
Wednesday, should I say, where Gary Anderson lost with near 110 average.
96.
That happened to him in the Masters, didn't it, against Rob Cross?
Honestly,
Or
and
more.
it is absolutely brutal at that top end, as you say, and it's Pro Tour is the top 128 players.
And because you're one of those players coming in,
62.
there's nothing saying that every time you play a Pro Tour, you're going to walk into a Gezi Price, a Gary Anderson, a Michael Smith, a Luke Humphries, a Dave Chisnell,
100.
and the list goes on and on and on.
It's the depth, isn't it? It's the depth of talent in the top 128. We know how difficult even the development tour is, but there are those opportunities to have that kind of
Get going.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
the draws can be more forgiving.
Yeah, when I think back to when I played and was playing all events, tops.
1 out of them,
you
40.
just pray for a couple of the easy rounds, and they were, with all due respect, they were around them because you had a lot of hobbyist players playing, and you know you could squeak a couple of rounds, and then you'd be up to speed. Then you didn't
77,
mind
Christopher Carr, 20.
running into one of the big guns. Yeah, you had a
10.
look there.
Joshua
Just
Carr,
to,
143.
and again, that's inexperience. I always like to know what my opponent wants, so I don't have that distraction of double checking to see if I can either bust or split.
Especially when you're a player like Tunders, it's got
A rhythm.
a rhythm, yeah.
102. Christopher
Well, one
Carr,
thing we know
10.
about Josh Richardson, he loves to use the bullseye and uses it extensively.
8.
Oh.
Joshua Carr, 41.
Yeah, he knew where he knows where he is now, but there he gets to come back.
Game shot on the second
He
leg.
doesn't
Josh
get to come back,
Richardson.
and after that 14 dart breaker throw from Tunders, just couldn't convert and hold.
Third leg, Josh
Yeah,
to
that's
third
one that
first. Game on.
He will certainly feel that's got away. And well, we're back where we started. Instead of best of 7, it's now best of 5.
1 out of them, 40. $180.
Yeah, never looked like he was going to miss that.
Nope. Oh, you could have had your hat on it.
$100. $41.
That's the price you pay when you're a bit of a speedster. You can have those wild ones.
91.
And the pace of this will suit both.
Yeah, I'd say most of the players we've got in this session are up,
125.
very
Joshua
much
Carr, 170.
up there, want to get on with the game.
Yeah, there's no histrionics. It's just all about the darts, which is lovely to see.
$43. Christopher Carr, 155.
And I do love watching these debut, and especially the younger players, just to
83.
see how they evolve.
Joshua Carr,
Because now, obviously,
127.
with the youngsters we've had, I keep an eye on them because their names I'm familiar with, and sort of keep an eye on them on the Challenge and Dev Tour, and it's great watching their evolution.
Well, like I say, they're on your radar now, aren't they? And
Game shot on the third leg.
You
Josh
27 a
Richardson.
game.
yeah, you mentioned it before. Josh does like a ball finish.
Fourth leg, Christopher Hill
Kicked off his
first.
campaign
Game
yesterday
on.
with that lovely 167 finish.
$100.
Massive game to follow. Is it sees the two locked at the top of the table do battle. Tom Sykes facing
44.
John Worsley.
I don't know how you feel, but that's the kind of game. If I was in their position, you'd want that
Yeah.
bit later on in the day.
Yeah.
But
Match 3, match 4 maybe.
yeah,
100. $57.
If Josh can convert
140.
this lead into a win, he will join Tom and John on 8, and at worst would only be 2 behind the top of the table.
60. Christopher Carr, 161.
Because only one of Tom or John will move on to 10,
137.
of course.
yeah. I still think there's some movement to be had.
I agree.
I do think Tom and John, they've set it up perfectly, but it's day 2. It's a different day,
96.
and
Christopher Carr, 24.
just whether they can build on yesterday or if it all starts to crumble.
Yeah, and as we know,
Game shot on the fourth leg.
different day,
Christopher Saunders.
different dollar. You can turn up after playing like a dream on
Fifth leg, Josh, you through
day
first.
1.
Game on.
Walk in and think it's all going to be the same, and it just feels totally different.
It used to be a real pet hate of mine that you would run through a tournament. You know, the weekend tournaments that we've
100.
gone
Oh,
to.
the ones where they play it down to the semi and then you got to come back.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I hated it.
absolutely, you're in such a
97.
rhythm, and you're absolutely buzzing to make it to that round, and then you got to wait. Sometimes we play on a Friday night and have to wait till
Till
Sunday.
Yeah, for finals, the finals night per se, as they used
100.
to have it, where it'd be the finals of the pairs, final of one, singles final of another, final of the mix, final of the trips. It was all right if you were
59.
in a couple of those finals, because you get a bit of hockey time and a bit of stage time.
Yeah, I think I mentioned my favourite was Hailing Island. They did used to do that, but we were quite lucky that we
71.
played triples in the morning, and I will say 9 times out of 10 we were
Yeah.
all right in the triples.
96.
One I remember playing in, it was me, Dieter, and Kevin Painter.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a bit
We did win
unfair,
it.
isn't it?
60.
And it was quite funny because in the opening game, myself and
140.
Kevin were
Joshua Carr,
absolutely
170.
awful, and Dieter tore shreds off us.
I can imagine.
Because she's super competitive. If it, her attitude was, well, if you don't care about winning, why did you enter?
Joshua Carr,
We
109.
were like, chill out, Dee.
Don't worry,
It's
don't worry.
9:30 in the morning. I've only just opened my eyes. Well, in those days,
93. Joshua Carr, 36.
probably didn't even close them.
Yeah, the occasional dart weekend where you go out and it's light, you think, oh, okay, might as well go back in.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Josh Richardson.
Yeah, another one that Tounders will feel that he should have got something out,
6 leg,
out of,
Christopher
but
through
he's
first. Game on.
3-2 behind, and well, at the point of no return now.
57.
2 legs remain. Has to win them both, or that's pretty much the end of his ambitions, and can only play the role of spoiler, which James Richardson, as
57.
we know from Group A on the final day, he had very much the attitude, right, I'm out of it, but look out. I'm going to
57.
upset the apple cart.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick look at the averages. Despite the scoreline, there's over 10 points in their average at the moment. Christopher Tounders, 92, 81 for Josh, but it's the 3-2 that counts at the moment.
140.
Yeah, it's the 3 from 4 on the doubles for Josh, and when he's had over
59.
twice as many darts at a double, Christopher, he's had 9 and only at 2. And that's where this game's been won and lost, and we can go all the way back, can't we, to leg 2, where he had multiple opportunities to lead 2-zip
41.
after an early break.
This is where experience, and not just in this environment, but mental resilience as well.
99.
To kind of brush it aside and crack on. And sometimes it's natural. It gets to you.
He reminds me a lot, well, especially the action of Jeffrey Deswan. There's just that little rock motion about him, the same
140.
kind of speed.
Yeah, I can see that.
82. Joshua Carr, 123.
For the match. He's already had a 127. That leaves 66. That leaves his favourite target at the moment.
98. Christopher Carr,
That
147.
was a wry smile.
Yeah, no real damage. Richardson back for the match.
58.
He's
Joshua Carr,
25.
25.
Should be 9. May go 1. It is the conventional route. Double 4 for full 2.
No score. Christopher
Yeah.
Carr, 89.
Wild
Shanked.
dart. Now ball.
64. Joshua
Sticks
Carr,
out that 25
25.
target as well.
Yeah, that should be just about that. We're going to see 3 players on 8 points. Oh, he was walking. Get back. Reel him in, Chris. Reel him in. Can he reel double 4 in?
17. Christopher Carr, 25.
Well, in my opinion, 3-3 would be just about right.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
And it
Christopher
is.
Saunders.
So we do go to a 7th leg. I've
Seventh and
I've
final
lost
leg.
count.
Josh, you threw first.
How
Game
many
on.
darts at the doubles he had there? I think 5 match darts, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you mentioned before it's been Josh's forte throughout the match. He was on 75% after being 3-1 up and now down to
140.
33. So it's missed doubles that have cost both of them in certain legs.
And it
100.
was only match doubles he's missed.
Yeah, but them's the one that count.
Yep. It's getting over the line, isn't it?
But they're also, as it's shown here, sometimes the
36.
most difficult ones. Saw Josh flop his line slightly against his dad yesterday. Just kind of very dominant and then just
40.
couldn't get across the line himself in that match either. Did in the end, but sometimes that's the hardest part.
$83. $41. $65.
Yeah, again, just I'm still not convinced about the overuse of the bullseye there, but
140.
Josh is in the position to be the first one down to a finish, and that's a good start. Wants to leave something quite handy. Very good second up.
145.
See, on that occasion, I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
45. Joshua Carr 32.
So is it going to be darting deja vu and Josh win it full 3 all over again? Yeah, he doesn't like this. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine and maybe be a bit more aggressive and go inside, if anything.
Game shot
But
on the
that's a
match.
beautiful
Josh
dart
Richardson.
to wrap things up. And it was a tidy enough performance from Josh Richardson. But again, like yesterday, it'd be one that Christopher feels like he should have got something out of, and all he's got out of it is 6 legs over the course of 2 days, losing full 3 on both occasions, despite a higher average of 86.37. When we come back off the break, it is a battle at the top of the table. John Worsley taking on Tom Sykes.
Yeah, welcome back to what is tipped to be a bit of a blockbuster, I think, in the terms of this Group C. We've got sat top of the table in Tom Sykes, and then second place John Worsley, but not much between them, Chris, just leg difference separating them.
Yes, both 8 points. Tom Sykes, who was prolific yesterday, plus 12. And of course, when they met, it was 4-0 in favour of Tom Sykes. So, yeah, Tom's on plus 12. John Worsley's on plus 6. And Josh Richardson, their closest rival, who's also on 8 points, is on minus 2. And, well, he'll be hoping for Tom Sykes to do another bit of a job on him, and that will close that gap even more between second and third in terms of leg difference. Of course, it was the
First
middle
leg, John,
games
to
yesterday, and
first.
Tom himself beat Josh 4-0.
Game on.
Well, he only dropped 6 legs in the course of the day yesterday.
Funny, we did think he was a bit of an
100.
unknown quantity, but been very, very impressive so far. But now we're in day 2. Can he back it up?
Well, Alex Spellman did something similar, didn't he?
85.
Day 1, dropping just 6 legs.
$24.
Of course, both aiming to get through to finals night. But
140.
Tom Sykes knows he's going to be back tomorrow. He's playing in that ADC belt against the reigning holder in Chris Quantock, who's in Group B.
And last night at times, Kwani played okay, but
100.
right this second, you will be hard not to make Tom a big favourite for that match. But I think
76.
Kwani came into this one with a little bit of rust, and he certainly shook that off last night. Played some good stuff.
Yeah, he really built into the evening, didn't he? And obviously the ADC belt is a
121.
longer format. Which
And he's the reigning champion. He'd be desperate to defend that title because that's big bragging rights in Yorkshire.
yes, massive for that
Yeah.
county, isn't
60.
it?
John Nucar, 156.
And they know each other very well, so they'll be very comfortable in each other's company and playing for that belt. There's none of that unknown quantity nerves that you can sometimes get.
132. Tom Nucar,
Which
140.
I imagine quite a lot of players have probably had with Tom, but he definitely arrived yesterday.
Yeah, they know all about him now.
Absolutely.
He's no longer going under the
100.
radar, is he?
John Nucar, 24.
No, it's amazing how quick you can go from under the radar to target on your back.
Well, if you only got a look
Getting shot on the
yesterday, he
first
was
leg. John
12
Wesley.
to 1, the biggest outsider of all the field to win Group C. He,
Second leg, Tom to third first. Game
before
on.
the off today, was 5-4 joint favourite with John Worsley, a previous weekly winner and someone we know very well, of course.
26.
Oh, John's already done better than he did in this
100.
tie yesterday. He's actually won a leg, which is something he didn't manage to do yesterday. But of course,
100.
for Tom today, although he'd be absolutely over the moon with his level of performance yesterday, remember he had 200-plus averages, 101.9 and 103.66, which matches the best performance of the
55.
week, which also was done by Neil Duff. He's also comes now with a bit of added expectation, which comes with its
59.
own pressure, and that'll be new territory to him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do agree.
Right, being the star of your Super League team, but now everybody knows his name.
60.
And we've seen it before. You get yourself, you've seen players get themselves into position because this, like we said on several occasions, is tough to get through because it's only the top 2 out of 6 that can
93.
make it through to finals night. And when you sit in top of the table overnight, you want to make the most of it, but it can so easily slip away. There is, those top 4, there's not a lot separating them.
No, it is all to play for.
58. $140. $140. Tomica 83.
So this for a level match. 16. Leaves him the ball.
58. Jonica 88.
So that leaves double 7.
Game shot on the
Yeah, that's
second
very
leg. John
clinical there from
Worsley.
John Worsley, who's en route at the moment to get his revenge
Third leg,
back
John to
on
third
Tom
first.
Sykes.
Game on.
Yeah, if Wesley can reverse the result from yesterday, it's going to do him a world of good, especially in terms of that leg difference.
81. $100. $92. $140.
Yeah, Wesley not able to quite shake off Sykes in this leg yet.
58.
Doubling from Worsley. Immaculate, isn't it? 2 from 2. And he's having to produce finishing of that quality.
55.
Been reduced to 1 dart at the ball, hasn't he? That's it so far for Tom Sykes.
60.
Yeah, kind of forced to stay there, really, if he wanted to leave a finish.
Yep. Had no choice. Nothing else left to finish apart from a treble 20.
96.
Yeah, yet to see a big fish finish yet this week.
Nope, 167, isn't it, from Josh? Well, the very first.
Very first leg for him.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yesterday.
Again, finding himself needing that treble.
70.
Find it on this occasion, but
Tom
Tom back
McCall,
now for a
110.
110, which would see him get a breaker throw. Going to need 2 if he's going to win.
$54. Jonica 140.
I think Sykes will be back for his first leg. And he will be. But it's going to come with pressure.
100. Tomica 56.
Make sure of the big number. An assured big 20.
38. Jonica 40.
That looked a little tighter than some of his visits yesterday.
Game shot on the third leg. John
Well, that's
Worsley.
3 from 3 for Worsley on the doubling.
Sykes did
Fourth leg, Tom
come
to go
unstuck,
first.
didn't he, in his
Game
second
on.
match yesterday against Bradley Rose. Lost 4-2 to that. Haven't seen him in this position where he's really
98.
had to kind of fight and chase for even just a leg.
We had an incredible spell of finishing yesterday from 3 different players. And it started with John
60.
Worsley, who's on course for a 4 from 4 again. And he achieved 4 from 4 against Bradley, where he achieved the average of 100.12. That was
43.
followed up by a 4 out of 5 from Chris, and then a 4 out of 5 from Tom with his 103.66. So it's no surprise to see Worsley producing finishing of this quality.
137.
No, and interestingly and understandably, just seen a bit of frustration creeping into Tom's game. When you start chasing,
100.
no one wants to lose, but no one wants to lose 4-0. You just
Well,
want-
he had nothing yesterday to get particularly frustrated about. His only defeat was to Bradley 4-2, but
180.
in that match he had 126 out. He averaged 87 and change, and well, more often than not, at this level,
140.
that
John McCall,
will win you
124.
matches. Single 14 leaves the ball to make it 4 out of 4 and win 4-0.
75. Tom McCall, 120.
He needs to adjust. I like it.
60.
Going the ball route.
John McCall,
I've done that.
49.
And I did it against the master on the bullseyes, Simon Whitlock.
$39. Tom
Wow.
McCall,
And
60.
again, match-winning doubles are the only ones being missed.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tom Sykes.
Yeah, a little raise of the hands there from Tom Sykes. Gets one on the board.
Fifth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We've seen it already today. Hardest one sometimes to hit is that one that takes you over the line.
100.
So no panic here from Worsley.
76.
See, he's got
Sorry,
the
91.
darts, but if Sykes was to win this, then you start sowing that seed of doubt, and you can see, you know, it is a big comeback, but comebacks start from somewhere, and you can get yourself in all sorts of bother. But
Well, especially when you're playing a kind of player
135.
that sort of dwells on the leg before, and I don't think John Worsley's that type of player, but certain players you can start to just get to
59.
a little bit, and they'll be thinking throughout this leg, oh, what is going on? I should have had this wrapped up, and then you can sort of almost force a bit of panic.
58.
yeah, a couple of visits, well, travellers' visits, and like you say, you start sowing that seed of doubt.
Spills over, doesn't it? We've all done it.
60. $96.
Yeah, more frustration there for Sykes. Worsley's got
43. John
at
McCall,
least 6 from
112.
this position, needs 112. Yeah, and again, where his darts lay flat, that's just awkward, having to move across. There's 72 left, got options. Goes that
52.
more traditional route, treble 12. Leave him double 18.
Was that a little bit of a slip on the edge of the hockey?
140. John McCall, 60.
Seen that over the years, incur a few injuries. Kirk Shepherd springs to mind. Robert Thornton had an horrific one once, didn't he, where he turned right over on his ankle.
Game
Ultimately,
shot of the match. John
gets
Worsley.
it done in the end, winning 4-1, and he now tops the table on his own on 10 points plus 9. Tom Sykes remains on 8 points, but also on plus 9, so very much in the mix. When we come back, we will see our final 2 players of this Group C, as Bradley Roos takes on James Richardson. Welcome back, and it is this young man, Bradley Roos, up against James Richardson, who's, well, had a torrid time. He's lost 12 consecutive matches. Looking to get off to a good start today, but it was, well, it was a tough game for him yesterday against Bradley, who won this tie 4-1. It was match number 13 in the afternoon. Bradley averaged nearly 85, couple of 180s, 4 out of 9 on the double, so fairly efficient. And we've just seen a fairly efficient performance from Worsley, and a bit of a pattern emerging with John. He averaged a little better than yesterday. Started off fairly sedately for him, but really did play himself in some good form, which is bad news for the field.
Game on.
Yeah, Worsley firmly in a good position to head the table by the end of the day. But a win here for Bradley will make it very interesting.
60.
Currently sat in 4th place on 6 points, but players 2 and 3, which is Tom Sykes and Josh Richardson, on 8. So well within
85.
the mix at the moment. I think from James Richardson's point of view,
60.
almost draw a line under what's happened so far. He's just got that key opportunity here to be a real spoiler for some of these players.
34. $134.
Using
43.
a different setup today, a lot less aggressive. I did have a look at his darts yesterday, and they were really, really grippy. I just wondered if they were a little
97.
bit too much. His manufacturer, of course, is Q-Sol, which are having a big launch day today. But yeah, they're
95.
very
Battle
different.
car 150.
Well, they may be just a slightly different coating, but look a lot older, so they're going to be a lot less aggressive. As you know, when you take a new set of grippy darts out of the box, they are, you can almost feel the
122.
burrs where they've been on the lathe.
144.
Yeah, when you factor in the fact that he does like that chalk on his hand as well, it's
94. Battle car 28.
perhaps a style of barrel that suits him better. Yeah, is that awkward?
14.
Yeah, it was a
James
bit of a
O'Connor,
blocker.
50.
Couldn't quite lift it over the top, so 10 tops would be the route. And this is where James Richardson has really come undone so far this week.
Yeah,
Battle
he's
car
had
14.
multiple opportunities. I was going to crunch his doubling stats for the week, and I just didn't want to do it to him. Oh, unlucky.
No score.
Right
James
idea.
O'Connor 10. Five.
And
Battle
again,
car 14.
just double trouble, isn't it? Really has been his undoing. It's going to split. 6 for double 4. Big target there on the 14. If you do straight into the 10, you've still got
10.
double 2, which he
James O'Connor 5.
finds himself on now. And probably James is also going to find himself on. It is. And I don't like that 1 because it's very much a blocker.
1. Battle car 4.
It's interesting there as well from Bradley. Bit of indecisiveness if you watched his eyes. And I get
Yep.
that.
Yep. You really have got to stand back and make your choice and stick with it.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley Roos.
Sarcastic celebration.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on. 60. $100.
And it's getting to that point, isn't it, that I don't quite know what James can do this week anyway to kind of change his fortunes.
It's just one of those weeks, isn't it?
140.
And although we were discussing yesterday, when you're approaching a big tournament, you can do the prep and sometimes almost manipulate your
58.
performance levels, but in actual terms of being right at the top of your game and right in form can sometimes be a bit hit and miss. And he's just come into this week and he's just not been on the boil.
26.
He's just been off his game. And it happens. We've seen it from players before him, and we'll see it from other players after him. It's just the nature of sport, isn't it? It's not always at the top of your game, even at the
42.
very elite level. We've seen Peter Wright currently with a dip in form, and he's arguably one of the
140.
greatest players of the modern era.
Absolutely one of the most decorated. You talk about big tournaments, and we mentioned it in the context of Neil Duff, obviously going back, got the
60.
WGF World
James
Championships
Carr,
in December, going back to
135.
defend his title, but James himself will be part of that as well.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
95.
Oh, that would have been a beauty. Yeah, we've seen it from MVG. He's had a few peaks and troughs over the last couple of
58.
years.
James Carr, 40.
Ultimately, they are all. I know they look like they're robots, but they are really human. It was only Phil Taylor. I wondered if you cut his arm open, you'd find wires.
Game shot on the second leg. James
I'm amazed he
Richardson.
didn't give it a sarcastic fist pump there. He's had very little to celebrate so far this week.
Third leg Bradley to third first. Game on.
Yeah, I think we might see a reaction if he can
Win a game.
win it. Yeah.
60.
And in fairness, he has had ample opportunity to be 2-0 up.
100.
Richardson 1 from 10.
$96. $100.
Yeah, and you can almost see a reaction there as if to say, well, that should have been a max. It was in the perfect place in the board for
39.
a bedfellow. And again, that first dart is starting to find the lipstick with
140.
more regularity. Bradley's here for the taking by the looks of it.
58. James Carr,
Yeah,
161.
Bradley making a relatively slow starting compared to what we've seen from him.
82.
Surprised he's gone back up there. The Trouble 19's the shot for me, because now he's got that decision. Does he go aggressive
58.
for the 39
Carr,
for tops, or
79.
does he go 57, which will leave double 11, and all sorts of things can go wrong from there. As it is, he wants tops.
Game shot on the
In that-
third leg.
In that
James
scenario,
Richardson.
there's almost a case to say just big 19.
Yeah.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think when you've left the 79, I should say 80 would have been a better lead, just because it's all in the area that you
Yeah.
used to throw at.
140.
Yeah, sometimes, like I say, you just got to take your medicine.
$59.
Yeah, that opening leg. I mean, it was a 26
60.
holder throw for Bradley. And sometimes you feel quite lucky to kind of get away with it, but seems to maybe have affected Bradley as I speak, and he probably finds a max.
140.
But you know, we're now in the Fourth leg, and that's his first 140.
Yeah, that's his first real big visit.
100.
By comparison, Richardson's had 8 scores of between a ton and 139 and 4 140s.
58.
And we know one of the big parts of Bradley's games. I mean, I joined you guys here on Wednesday, and Bradley's second match, 5 180s.
Yeah,
You know, it's a big
105.
part
yeah,
of
it
his game.
was stunning, wasn't it? It was 4 from 4. 4 legs played, 4 180s. Lost leg 4, responded in leg 5 with
140. James
his
Gunn,
5th
96.
max. Now this would make James feel a whole heap better. He's got to go double-double. Tops.
James
Well,
shot in
can
the
hit one
fourth
double.
leg.
Look
James
at it too.
Richardson.
I was thinking the same there, Chris.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw first.
And I guess with
Game
Bradley,
on.
this is quite a loaded game because, you know, obviously you've got James Richardson sat there at the bottom of the table. It feels like a one that, based on what's happened before, that Bradley should be winning. That's no disrespect to James. It's just based
40.
on performance so far. And kind of feel that he almost needs to win it to stay in touching distance of that
Yeah.
second place.
And maybe he's felt that pressure because a win here would have put him amongst the other 2 on 8 points
97.
and just within a win of joining Worsley at the top. So maybe he's put too much emphasis and pressure on this one individual
99.
match. And like you said, and like
41.
we spoke of, when players are pretty much out of it, they can play a spoiler role, and there's nothing more frustrating than playing someone who you think just roll over, son.
Why
Right.
me? Why are you doing
Yeah.
it to
59.
me?
Yeah, you've not done it to anybody else, and now you're doing it to me when I'm still in with a shout. Because a defeat here
140.
puts him in a bit of an awkward situation.
98.
Because he will be 4 points off the top. And they're only playing for the top 2 spots here in Group C.
53.
Group A winner, Alex Spellman, who he's already enjoying a couple of days of much needed rest and enjoying the spectacular sights of
58.
the
James
South
Gunn,
Coast. Maybe gone down to
170.
Gunner's Wharf or had a walk around the marinas and some lovely restaurants down there.
100. Bradley Car,
He'll
147.
come back as fresh as a daisy Saturday night. These lot will feel like they've been put through the absolute ringer.
Indeed, yes.
Whoever comes through.
127. James Car, 70.
Another 15 for tops.
50. Bradley Car, 20.
Close, but not close enough. So Rose to come back.
Yeah, to keep his narrow hopes alive.
James
But
on the
pins
fifth
the double
leg. Bradley
10.
Roos.
Closes the gap to 1. But the hard work starts here because
Six leg,
Richardson
James to throw
has the
first.
honour
Game on.
to wrap it up full 2.
Yeah,
Coming
just,
up, oh, sorry, Lauren. No, coming up
16.
next is another big one, isn't it?
yep.
Sykes against Richardson, and that's a chance for Richardson to join Worsley on 10 points at the top of the table.
60.
Yeah, I was going to say, just looking through the results, and Richardson has yet to get a win over Bradley. And again, that might be another factor that's playing into into his mind here. You know, he's done it 4 times before this week. Just needs to do it that one
41.
more time, keep himself in the mix. And
Yeah, it's an unusual psyche. There isn't many players I had. You know, I could sort of say the first 3 times or 4 times I played them, I
96.
won. So it must be quite bizarre. Because I suppose your initial thinking would be, oh well, I beat him every time I play him.
140.
But again, that adds a little bit of an unusual pressure.
100.
And in darts, I don't think you can take anything for granted.
no, definitely not. And definitely not against this guy here.
140.
James Richardson has the first opportunity to win
100. James Car
his
120.
first match in 13. Needs to find that treble. Can't.
100. Bradley Car
But that's
145.
a good last start.
$94.
So
James
more
Car
match
20.
starts here for Richardson.
Ooh, double 7. Yeah, it's not the nicest double at any time. Never mind when you're trying to win your first
No
game.
score. Bradley Car 51.
Double 16 for a level match. Yeah, and in the background, see James can't even look.
No, he is fuming. Doesn't want to watch.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Won't want to
Bradley
have seen
loose.
that as Bradley claws it back to 3-3. Nice bit of a sporting gesture between the two.
Final leg. Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Love to be a mind reader.
Yeah, and it's when it goes in on that very last start. Obviously, we know Bradley had to tee it up, but and
95.
and that player's missed one, and all the pressure's on that last start. You just hope.
Well, there's nothing worse than stood there and they got one dart left in their hand, nowhere near, and you go, oh, no. And what's even worse when it's not in the middle, it's a really poorly thrown dart and it finds a corner.
And we've said it before, you can throw them and you don't know they're going in. You know,
134.
double one's always been the favourite, where you kind of you're trying to throw it high and you play people kind of on the outer wire, and then straight in
100.
there.
$60. $60.
You just get the feeling, don't you? This just ebbing away from Richardson. Gone from
96.
2 legs where he's had match starts.
Yeah.
Needs a big score here.
He needs 2 trebles, doesn't he? Yeah, I think
41.
that's just about
Bradley
that.
Car 116.
6 darts at 116. May only need the 3. You can see he's absolutely raging.
$42.
Now then, that really, I mean, 74, he may only just get the one opportunity at a double. Oh, wow.
180.
The gilding.
Bradley Car 74.
But Bradley wants 74. Like I said, if he keeps everything simple here, he's gone 54. So single 16. Ooh, he's only just found it. And how often does that happen? Does a player just squeeze inside the single and then somehow manages to find the double with dart 3? But it is Bradley who, well, avoids a bit of a banana skin. We now have 3 players all on 8 points. Worsley out on top on 10. Sykes, Roos and Richardson, Josh that is, all on 8. And we're going to be seeing Josh and Tom in our next match.
Right, welcome back. What a tight group that's beginning to emerge here in Group C. Before the break, Bradley was going back from 3-1 down to beat James Richardson 4-3. These are the other results from today's action. John Worsley getting the better of Tom Sykes by 4-1, and Josh Richardson beating Christopher Tunders by 4-3. And so round 2 begins in earnest with 2 players on 8 points going toe-to-toe as Josh Richardson takes on Tom Sykes. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Thank you, Henry. And, well, the matches of importance just continue so far because we are in the midst of, well, somehow 4 has to become 2. What is that about? Square pegs, round holes or something?
Very much so at the moment. And both these players sat on 8 points. So one of them will be joining John Worsley at the top of the table on 10 points.
First leg, Tom to throw first. Game on.
Tom has had a chance just to have
100.
just played that one game. Didn't go his way. Lost 4-1, but I think that there may have been a bit of nerves there because of the expectation levels now,
80.
which is a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were saying, weren't we, it's not the ideal opener for either of them. Really both at the top of the
100.
table. But
Well, and especially for Tom, as Josh won, he'd have been open, of course, that Tunder's got the win against Josh. So
21.
everything that could have gone against him, including the defeat to Worsley, has gone against him so far. But put it this way, if I said to him yesterday
100.
afternoon that this will be your position, he would have taken it with open arms.
yeah, absolutely. He did suffer a setback yesterday, losing 4-2, Tom Sykes to Bradley
59.
Roos, and found a way of bouncing back from them. So I don't think it will worry him too much.
100.
It's a game you don't see very often anymore. Four straight tons.
180. Tom McCall, 101.
Double 16 for a 15 dart
Finish on the
holder
first
throw.
leg, Tom Sykes.
And a nice little fist pump at the end
Second
there from
leg,
Tom
Josh to
Sykes,
throw
just
first.
indicating
Game
that
on.
he kind of needed that as an initial bounce back from that disappointment of losing 4-1 in his opener.
57. $85. $40. $85.
At the moment, Tom will be feeling a whole heap better, especially after his
43.
opening game. Started strongly here with a 15 darter with that 101 out.
91.
Yeah, he's making a few inroads here on Richardson's throw as well. Richardson yet to find a treble 20 as he finds 2, maybe 3. What
100.
do I know?
That's all he's hit. 2 180s.
Yeah.
No tons, no 140s, just 2 180s. All or nothing, literally.
50.
One's a ton machine, having it 5. The other one's a 180 machine. Absolutely nothing
42.
in the middle.
Yeah, Richardson just pulled that last dart into the 2, so 139 is awkward.
94.
And that is a
Joshua
good
Carr,
last start there from
139.
Tom Sykes. Leaves himself on a 2-dart checkout.
I'll call it now. 57 ball, double 16.
Would have been the plan.
Yeah, that was the plan. With his use of the ball now,
23.
it's such a, it's
Thomas
just a
Carr, 96.
risky strategy using the ball. as frequently as he does.
$80. Joshua Carr 116.
Well, if you are missing the 25 and the ball target, like we've seen there, he's hit a 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
It's almost a wasted dart.
Well, it is. It's a burnt dart, isn't it?
Game shot on the second leg. Josh
Answers
Richardson.
on a postcard.
I think Callum
Third leg
Ritz took
Tom to
to
do first.
playing with 2 darts yesterday.
Yeah, that was and what a leg it was as well with 2 darts. I couldn't believe it. Absolutely stunning. I think he started. For those of you who don't know, he snapped a point off and couldn't get to a spare dart or a spare set, and it wasn't the well, it was potentially the last leg of the match. So he just played with 2 darts, and he went 120, 120, 80, 80. I thought he was going to win the leg with 2 darts.
140.
Anyone just starting out in darts, that generally isn't the way forward, though.
180.
Yeah, third 180 there for Josh Richardson. Tom also finding one himself in this leg.
96. $91. Tom Lucar 85.
Oh, potential incoming 11.
$45. $180.
Well, that's a
Tom Lucar
4th
40.
max, and we're only at the end of leg 3. He's having a little laugh to
Game shot on the
himself.
third
But
leg. Tom Sykes.
Tom Sykes pops in 13 darter to add to the 15 dart leg in leg 1.
Fourth leg, Josh, you through first. Game on.
It really is a case of all or nothing for Josh Richardson. 2 180s in a leg and not a shot at double.
140. $58. $77. $140. $57.
They're the score line. They're the scores that just mean
98.
that's the reason why Josh is 2-1 behind.
$100. $95. Joshua Carr 127.
Yeah, I thought that first dart was a bit of a blocker there for Tom, but he does seem to find a way of forcing a dart through. Quite aggressive.
Yeah, he's already had a 127
99. Tom
ungained,
Carr 110.
but not in this match. He had it in the opener. He started with a 167 yesterday. Yeah, I don't mind him staying there on that occasion.
58.
I think
Joshua
there was
Carr,
more chance of it in
28.
a treble 20 than anything else, even if it did leave double 15. Richardson certainly making Sykes scrap here.
No score. Tom Carr 52.
He's raging with that.
Rightly so. In a race to 4. Difference between 3-1 and 2-0 is absolutely massive. As is this dart for double
Being
16,
shown the
and it
fourth
goes, and
leg,
it is
Tom
3-1
Sykes.
to Tom Sykes.
Fifth leg, Tom to third first. Game on. 55.
Just couldn't squeak the treble 20 there, so only 55, a chance for Richardson.
$57. 51.
Yeah, those first two darts just under, which is a bit of an indication of tension in the tricep, or maybe a slight overgrip.
32.
I think there's a bit of tension for both of them here.
59.
Yeah, neither of them yet to find that treble 20. A leg that could be decisive for both.
78. 40.
Bit of a despondent collection of the darts there from
Yeah.
Tom Sykes.
The way things have gone for him so far today, it's just that bit of
140.
frustration creeping in.
119.
Well, it doesn't leave him a finish, but just keeps the pressure firmly applied on Richardson, who is more than aware he can't afford any mistakes at this stage. Yeah, don't
64.
mind that on that occasion, because it leaves a much more attractive finish in 130. Treble 20 leaves tops. Ooh,
82.
bit of shoulder in
Joshua
that.
Carr 130.
Yeah, and that goes back to what you were saying about that tension.
Players prefer a shot like this because it's two darts at the same target. Only needs to find one of them to leave the ball,
Inch on
gets
the
the
fifth
ball.
leg, Josh Richardson.
And a big celebration from Josh Richardson, who breaks the Tom Sykes
Six
throw
leg,
and
Josh,
now
you throw
throws
first. Game
to
on.
level things up.
$180.
Just thought we hadn't seen one of them for a while from him, but that's his fifth in the match.
Matching the
140.
most we've seen in any one game this week. That was from Bradley, wasn't it?
Yep.
5.
140.
Very nearly a 6th.
$85.
Richardson in a pretty strong position to level this match to 3 apiece, and Tom will have the darts, but just these last couple of legs
81.
again, you've just seen a bit more tension creep in. Maybe a bit of despondency.
60. Joshua Carr 100.
Another one of those.
Game
Just
shot on
gets
the
it in
sixth
corner.
leg, Josh
Yeah, what a
Richardson.
fabulous leg of darts from Josh Richardson. 180, 140, 81. Ton out
Seventh and
for a
final leg,
12
Tom to
dart
third
hold.
first. Game on.
Finished off in real style with 20 tops. We somehow,
96.
although it looked very unlikely, Laura, we've gone to a one-leg shootout. Winner of this goes joint top with Worsley.
100.
Inarguably, Sykes has dropped in terms of performance level, but Richardson's just found another gear.
93.
Really top finishing. That 130 checkout followed by a ton, which was 20 tops.
Exhibition stuff.
100.
Seen a bit of that, haven't we, this week?
$30. 51.
Almost looked like he knew that that was going wrong before it even hit the board. Tell sometimes as a player the release if you get it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it tends to go in the board on
58.
a completely different angle.
Number 6 incoming.
180.
Never in doubt. Well called.
To be fair, he's got a bit of form for it in this match.
60. Joshua Carr, 70.
Tight, isn't it? He's feeling it, that's for sure.
$54. Tom Carr, 164.
One match dart. How good would this be? If you can find the 164. Another one of those for Bull. Oh, surely not. Behave. Bull.
139. Joshua Carr, 16.
That was a good effort.
Yeah, sure was. And I can assure you, Richardson's heart would have been in his mouth. His heart rate would have gone up a few there, watching those two treble 19s. He'd have been like a meerkat over his shoulder, tracing the ball in. But it is Richardson who produces a comeback victory. And Tom Sykes looks a little frustrated, and rightly so. Richardson wins 4-3 with a 91.05, 87.64. Sykes, look at that, 7-1-8 is in the match. 6 to Josh Richardson. When we come back, it is Christopher Tonders against James Richardson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yeah, welcome back to game number 5, where we see in action we see in action Christopher Tonders taking on James Richardson. Just seen Tom Sykes lose narrowly to Josh Richardson. Now it's time for Dad to see if he can chalk up a win. He was so close and rather unlucky in his opening match, James Richardson. Again, himself losing 4-3 and mismatched darts. And you know what it's like when things aren't going your way, they're just not going your way, and you have to feel for James Richardson, but did carve out opportunities and again just saw him not take them.
Yeah, you lose all belief.
That's like Christopher to
and
go
it is.
first.
It's just the belief goes out of you. You get yourself into a position, you look at the double and throw it towards it, hoping it goes in.
100.
Well, when you're absolutely buzzing and full of confidence, you can almost pick the spot of the double you're going to land the dart. But that's 41. The difference of having confidence and none whatsoever.
57.
Yeah, both players actually lost their
58.
opening matches today, 4-3. And both arguably did have those chances to chalk up a win.
140.
And now you just feel that the role for the rest of the day, they're just going to act as spoilers potentially.
Absolutely. One of these may
95.
play a massive role on who actually makes finals night.
96.
It's a funny one. It's an ever-changing table. And I think if you asked me earlier, I think
96.
based on what we saw from
Christopher
Tom
Carr,
yesterday,
108.
I would have said he was not a shoo-in, but I would
Yeah,
have...
I'm with you. I expected John and Tom to
92.
basically be the two that just go
Ran
off
off.
into the sunset. Yeah.
Yeah, Bradley Roos and Josh Richardson got different ideas.
41. Christopher Carr, 16.
And of course,
Getting shot on the first leg. Christopher
I know that we're
Chalmers.
probably going to say this several times throughout the day, but even the next game where Worsley takes on Roos, again, that is another game that can
Second leg,
completely
James to
change
throw
the
first.
dynamic of
Game
the
on.
table.
180. 60.
Well, he's certainly starting to find a few of those today. He'll do well to trump the 6 from his boy in the last game.
140. 96. 123.
He's giving it a good go, though, James Richardson. 180, 140, 123.
51. James Carr, 58.
Oh, yeah, misses the single, but 17 leaves him tops.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
Yeah, and that's amongst one of his best legs, I would say, of the week so far. 12 dart holder throw for James Richardson.
Third leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on. 140.
Sometimes when you find yourself in this position, I would argue that
134.
you can throw with a bit of freedom because, chances of qualifying are pretty much out the window.
100.
That said, when you're in the position of James where you have just suffered loss after loss, it can go the other way, but that was very good, and this is looking better.
Yeah, well, at
140.
some point you just hit that autopilot button, and
55.
how he plays in practice is now coming to fruition in a match, and he's just literally just throwing them carefree. And I always say, players that are fairly quick tend
42.
to play their best when they throw free of pressure.
95.
Yeah, you could argue we saw it with Sykes, really did tense up, especially towards the tail
Yeah,
end
he
of
was
that
tight.
match.
Really tight. We both picked up on it really early. And there is a bit of shoulder in there anyway, but with the added
105.
pressure
Christopher Carr,
and
111.
expectation levels, it multiplied.
43. James Carr, 80.
Top stops.
Another one of those.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
James Richardson.
here, 2 from 2 on the checkouts and
Well,
averaging 97.5.
3 from
Fourth
2.
leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah.
3 from 3.
$96.
Tops is one of those numbers for me that if I can find it, when you start finding it, it really does set the level. It's
66.
getting the line, the straightness is not necessarily always the issue. It's finding that right level.
Yeah, that weight of throw, and players find it easy
100.
to not necessarily the line, but that length. Once you're on
81.
it, like we've seen with Josh in the previous match. First dart was going in. It was a max.
100. 140.
Really up in the balance. Nice tie.
100.
There was definitely a case for the ball there.
60. James Lucar, 105.
Oh, we've seen checkouts from James for 58 and 80 so far. That's a 2, so 103 left. Just looking to set up a double.
65. Christopher Carr, 154.
So can make
94.
Richardson make it
James Lucar, 40.
3 from 3 or 4 from 3 on the tops.
$35. Christopher Carr, 60.
Each one of them just on the wrong side of the wire. And tops here for a level match for Toonders.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Christopher Tonders. Fifth leg, Christopher throw first. Game on. $100. 100.
Yeah, not a great deal separating them.
59.
Piece 401. Average wise though, 10-point gap.
No, it's
But
incredible.
how many times have you said this week that James Richardson has lost a match, but his
43.
average has been substantially higher?
Yeah. It's a reoccurrence from, well, starting on Monday.
140.
It's just filtered across his entire week. And like I've said, it's not the first time we've seen it, and it's certainly not the last. We'll see it here at the Super Series.
100.
On day one, he was arguably, or statistically, the
105.
third best player in the field, and by some distance. Yeah, it was him. It was at the foot of the table, and that was a trend that continued.
100. Christopher Carr, 97.
Needs tops.
57. James Carr, 158. $66. Christopher Carr, 40.
Had seen a couple of legs of brilliance there from James Richardson, but that face just
5.
told a lot.
James
But
Carr, 92.
Toonders pulled it into the 5, so 92.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He's
James
at it
Richardson.
again. He's won 3 legs, but he's hit 5 doubles.
Sixth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Maybe that's where he's been perhaps going wrong throughout the week. Needs to do a double-double finish. That's the way forward.
134. $59. $95.
Richardson building up a lead, but back comes Toonders.
140. $140.
Yeah, this is a solid leg from Richardson. 132 after 9.
58. James
Yeah, and that
Carr,
score there means that
132.
James Richardson doesn't actually have to go for it.
And doesn't.
60.
So he's still got his wits about him. He's still not just throwing for the sake of throwing. Still treating it with
84.
the
Change of car, 72.
concentration and integrity we love to see. Single 16 tops. He's missed very few.
52.
Apart from
Change
that
of
one.
car, 160.
Yeah, that would have hurt Richardson
140.
opportunity
Change of
here
car,
for
20.
the match.
Yeah, super pressure though, isn't it? From Christopher. Oh, how close is that? Not as close as that one, and it's in. Yep.
Game shot of the match, James Richardson.
Just making sure is Paul Hinks, and James Richardson eventually gets a win and picks up 2 points, 90.35 the average, very tidy, 4 out of 9 in the doubles, or should I say 6 from 9, as James does get a much deserved 2 points. When we come back, it's going to be John Worsley against Bradley Roos.
Yeah, welcome back to game number 6, where we see, another big match that could change the shape of this table, where John Worsley, who sat on top on 10 points, joint with Josh Richardson, facing Bradley Rose, who, okay, he's on 8 points, he's sat in 4th, but a win here for Bradley would put him also on 10 and well within the mix. So only the second time we're
First leg is John to
seeing
throw
both these
first.
players today, and both
Game
winning their
on.
opening matches. You have to say, I think John has been the more convincing of the two throughout the week. Right, so came into this favourite yesterday.
100.
Well, the tie between these two
100.
yesterday saw John Worsley come out a 4-0 winner, but 100 average. He was 100% on finishing, including a 116 checkout, was absolutely immaculate.
100. 83.
140. Talking of maxes,
100. John O'Carr, 161.
Yeah, just looking to set something up.
58.
Just couldn't quite chase down a treble, but 103 after 12. Bradley can apply a bit of pressure.
140. John O'Carr, 103.
Yeah, so that 140 left Bradley on 78 and John not able to finish 103.
$71. Bradley O'Carr, 78.
Yeah, now needs a treble.
38.
Yeah, and it's those
John
kind of
O'Carr,
shots that
32.
78, you miss that. You need to ensure you're at least hitting the big 18.
No score. Bradley O'Carr, 40.
Double 10. Oh,
Game show on the first
finds
leg.
the
Bradley
double
Roos.
10 to take a 1-0 lead. Well, Laura, it's been a fascinating start to the day, hasn't it? The top of the table keeps going back and forth. I don't think we're any of the wiser than we were at around about 1 p.m. this afternoon. So far, Josh Richardson has won full 3, and then, well, the two of the top started to duke it out with John Worsley getting a very convincing win, wasn't it? 4-1 against Tom Sykes. But credit to Tom, he tried in vain in the end against Josh Richardson, who hit 6 180s against him.
Yeah, it was in beast mode, wasn't it? I think he'd hit 3 180s before he'd actually hit a ton or a ton 40. And as you say, it's really, really starting to see the table shift, change. There's 4 in contention. No one's guaranteed a place as yet. And also, then we can't not give a shout out to James Richardson, who's got a win on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Sykes started the day top. He's now in joint 3rd position with Bradley Roos, who, well, it wasn't a name we considered really earlier on. Bradley was an 8-1 shot to win this Group C. And he's now probably a little bit slimmer than the 8-1. And remember, Tom Sykes started the day yesterday as a 12-1 underdog. And after yesterday's action, was joint 5-4 favourite with the man playing Bradley right here. So we've had a bit of a technical issue
Bradley
with
to throw first.
Again, the jiggery pokery of technology, Laura. You love it. I loathe it.
You're a bit of a technophobe, aren't you there, Chris?
Yeah.
I do enjoy...
Give me pen and paper.
I was gonna say, I do enjoy hearing you talk about the QR code for tickets for Saturday night.
135.
Well, while we're at it.
And we might as well. Do you want me to do the QR?
Yeah, go on.
bit?
You can. Well, technology again. You've got buttons to press. I'm not into buttons, but there you are. If you scan that with your phone or
128.
whatever other device you have at home, that
Any QR reader will read
there
it.
we go. Look, a QR reader. I'm sure they're actually a real thing. That will take you to the landing page where you can book your ticket. They're
100.
completely free. It's a £2 booking fee. Drinks are 3 for £10. Cash only. £10 gives you 3 drinks tokens. So a very cheap night out. If you're not greedy like me and Laura, you could actually have a night
32.
out for 12 quid.
You could. We
But
couldn't.
No, no. That doesn't even cover a bottle of vino, does it?
No. Yeah, and then when you consider, obviously, Tom
85.
Sykes, who we've mentioned and seen play today, will be also taking on
Yes,
Chris
so
Quantop.
you can come early. There is a vault on Saturday night in the Saturday afternoon in the afternoon.
140.
Believe it or not, I tried to explain it. To the left of what you're looking at there, you can just see the top of a dartboard. In there, there's 4 beautiful dartboards with more technology, not chalkboards, which annoys me
57.
immensely. But they have to do that because it goes on Dart Atlas. and there's ockies that come out and slot into the ground. All very clever. So that will be going on from 12. I think you've still got time to register your
94.
interest if you want to play.
Value
There's a
car
couple of spaces.
124.
I do believe Neil Duff's going to be playing in it, I think. And then directly after that, when that finishes, we will be seeing
99.
Tom Sykes against Chris
Car
Gonsock for the
107.
Yorkshire and Humberside belt match. And then we'll be going pretty much into tomorrow night's final, which will start at 7:30, the coverage. And then
71.
not before 10
Value
p.m.
car 25.
We will then join our friends at Sporty Stuff for the semi-finals and finals. All be wrapped up by about 20 past 11.
Game shot on the second
Normally
leg.
I would
Bradley Roos.
be staying on, and I'd maybe consider sharing a beverage with everybody, but unfortunately, I'll be going home.
Third leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Nico might stay over having a beer with everybody, though, but there you go.
'58.
Well, that short technical interlude doesn't seem to have done any harm here to Bradley Roos, who's now 2-0 up on John Worsley.
60.
To see that side action, John
94.
quite aggressively straightened that arm before pulling back for release. Much more of a kind of fluid action there from Bradley
100.
Roos.
$140. $121.
Yeah, that 1-2-1 there just keeps Bradley in touching distance of John Worsley.
93.
Well, a win here for Bradley would really throw the cat amongst the pigeons, because
78. John O'Carr
that would put
116.
Tom Sykes down to 4th.
Yeah, and depending on how this match does end up, if Bradley wins, and by some margin, he could actually go top.
Yes. Well, as it stands
76.
currently, he is
Bradley O'Carr
top
142.
on legs 1.
Well, we did say yesterday we thought it
I
would
think
be
we
a
have
tight group.
We have a live table button. Nora, go on, just press them all. That's what. There
no,
you go.
No, that's fine. I've got it. I've got this.
Some of
69.
A rather,
John
rather
O'Carr, 40.
scary-looking box with things on it that I tend to avoid. But yeah, that is the live table as it stands.
35.
What
Bradley
a
O'Carr
chance this is for
73.
Bradley. For 3-zip.
$53. John O'Carr 5.
Yeah, but it's a little bit lackluster in that shot for tops.
Bit of a quickie. There's the one.
$1. Bradley O'Carr 20.
Been a bit of a doubling disaster so far for John Worsley. Has had a few chances and
He's had 9 of them, Laura.
9, yeah. When do you think he, in the match yesterday, he was 100% on checkouts against Bradley.
Game shot on the third leg. Bradley Roos.
Henry's just sent me a...
Fourth leg, Bradley to third first. Game on.
See, now I'm not totally a Wally, a WhatsApp thingy. He said both the Richardsons have also entered the vault.
Oh, right.
So, real chance to mix it
100.
with some Super Series players on Saturday. I think you go over to...
Go to Darts Atlas.
That's the one.
58.
Yeah, Darts Atlas. There's, wherever you are in the country, to be fair, there's
Yeah,
bolts
there's one.
going on.
There seems to be one pretty much everywhere all the time at the moment. It's really taken off. It's It's a great opportunity for players right at the lower level to get involved
95.
for very little money. And you're guaranteed multiple games, aren't you? Which is what's great about it.
Yeah, I think the series it's kind of limited at 24 players. You have that round robin
60.
stage, as you mentioned, based on how many actually enter, and then it progresses to quarterfinal, semis, and a finals champion.
Yeah, you play 3 legs in each round. So yeah, you're guaranteed plenty of darts. I think it's a £5 or something, or six quid. Well, in London, you're just about to get half a beer for 6 quid.
Where I am, yeah, absolutely.
130.
Incredibly, I get people moaning a £5 for one of the best pints of Guinness you'll have in the country.
93.
He must learn over the years. You can't please everyone.
Just please yourself.
58.
Well, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but coming up next, Laura, is Richardson against Sykes. And again, that's
140. Brother car 118.
it's not necessarily big for Richardson, but it's certainly big for Tom Sykes. And if he does get a win against Richardson, we're going to have 4 on 10.
86.
What do you think about that, Laura?
Bit of a red rag there, but John wasn't able to make the most of it. Just thought Bradley might have
100.
at least.
Bradley
I don't think
car
he'd have done it if it was
32.
3-all.
Well, perhaps not.
Game shot in the match, Bradley Rose.
Yeah, and there you have a 4-0 win for Bradley Roos, and yeah, that really has put the cat among the pigeons when it comes to the table, because Bradley is now top, John's second, Tom Sykes is down in 4th position. Averages for that 81.83 for John and 84.68 for Bradley. And yeah, 0% checkout percentage, complete reverse of yesterday for John Worsley. But do join us after the break where James Richardson takes on Tom Sykes.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are 2 rounds down for afternoon session. Lord Turner has joined me up here to assess what we've seen so far. Let's have a look at the results from the afternoon session up to press. Well, it's 3 wins for the players throwing first and 3 wins for the players throwing second, which means Josh Richardson, John Worsley, Bradley Roos in the first round of fixtures, Josh Richardson, James Richard, Bradley Roos in the second round of fixtures. So let's see how it correlates in terms of the league standings. And as you can see, 3 players tied on 10 points, and it is Bradley Roos who is top of the table, top of the summit on those 10 points. Now, he was quite a pricey outsider at the start of the day to go on and win the group, but he's won both his matches and has made a real charge so far.
Yeah, and that just shows how easily things can change. We did say earlier, didn't we? We didn't think it was all kind of tied up yet, but yeah, surprised maybe with Tom, just the results haven't quite gone his way. Now finds himself from first to fourth, so still lots to play for though.
Great first day for him, but maybe on the second day when you're playing a competition like this, can the reality of what you're doing on that stage begin to set in?
Yeah, potentially, because I mean, Tom seems so laid back and quite chilled and making the most of the experience, and I get that, you know, when you're coming into a tournament, but the turning point, I guess, sometimes is you're coming in the next day and you're top of the table, and I guess that little bit of belief, which then can come with a little bit of additional pressure that you put on yourself to try and like recreate what you did yesterday. So maybe some of that's creeping in, but we've seen some good stuff and we know what you can do. So hopefully you can just try and turn that around.
Most definitely. And is it a different type of pressure when you go on there first time round, you kind of take it as it comes. Then when the pressure comes in, can you almost tense up and just feel like a completely different player on that stage?
Yeah, and I do think Chris and I mentioned it in commentary as well. It did look quite tight, especially to the business end of that second match. Just where he throws with his shoulder slightly anyway, tightening up, it's just over rotating, and you could just see that on a few occasions. But just find a way of just he's had a little break, just take a step back and try and do what you did yesterday.
And talking about breaks, that is exactly what we are going to do now. We're going to resume at 3 o'clock when we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV. I hope you can join us then. Good afternoon. Welcome along to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Porto. We're midway through the campaign here in Group C, and we've seen 6 matches so far on this Friday afternoon session. This is what we have seen thus far, and what we have seen is the league leader overnight, Tom Sykes, lose his first 2 matches, and we've seen a big push from Bradley Roos. He was 3-1 down in his first game to James Richardson for winning 4-3, and then getting the better before the break of John Worsley by 4-0. That was after Worsley beat Sykes in his opening match of the session. Right, let's have a look and see how the league table occupies itself, because it is a tight and congested race at the top with 3 players tied on 10 points, with Tom Sykes just in behind on 8. So we have got a dramatic race to the line incoming. And we're going to see Tom Sykes in action in our first game of the 3rd round of fixtures. It could be a 4-way tie at the top if he can get the better of James Richardson. And watching this one in the commentary box is a very good afternoon to Laura Turner, who's alongside Chris Mason.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to the action, and all our viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, you have joined us at a perfect time. Overnight, we expected or thought there was a possibility that John Worsley and Tom Sykes were going to run away with this one. They were the overnight leaders, both winning 4 out of 5, but it's been a tough day for those at the top, because now we have Bradley Roos on top on 10 points, John Worsley on 10 points,
First leg, James to throw
Josh
first.
Richardson on 10 points, and the overnight leader currently is Tom Sykes on 4 points. All the players have played 2 of their 5 matches. So the action you will see this afternoon is all the
100.
players completing 3 more matches apiece. And the top 2 will join Alex Spellman, who was our Group A winner. Well, Group A
140.
runaway winner.
Yeah, it really was a runaway winner. Just lost the 1 match out of 15. Very impressive. Match 28 points, which is the highest tally of wins from any
95.
player.
And the only match he lost was to Jared Cole, wasn't it? Who currently tops Group B after last night, if you didn't join us.
55.
He won 4 from 4. He's almost got 1 foot in the final. Tonight's action gets underway at 10 o'clock with Group B. That's a 5-player
60.
field, so 10 matches to bring you. But it is the top 3 that goes through in this one, unlike the top 2 in this Group C.
Well,
96.
James Richardson, we've made no attempt to hide it, has had an absolute torrid time here this week, but did pick up his first win in 14 games in the end. Yeah, first win when he came up 4-2 winner over Chris Tunders.
Yeah, with a different
120.
setup completely, using a different barrel, which I do believe are his own barrels from Q-Salt. But the ones he had been using were
60.
a
James
slightly
McCall,
different
126.
phase type of barrel. And they certainly looked a lot newer.
Yeah, and I think for James, in the context of just trying to mix things up, just
Yeah, just
31.
try anything
Tom
just to
McCall,
get
150.
just to get something going.
yeah, I think he has got a result. But out the back in the players' room, there is a kind of
56.
a bucket of
James McCall,
spares.
95.
Spare equipment in case anything breaks or if players leave things behind. And those orange stems are ones that he's just picked out the bucket. And his flights are from his Monday night captain, Lee Rowe.
50.
Oh, turkey teeth.
Tom
Yeah,
McCall,
I know
94.
turkey teeth. I'm going to go through that bucket myself, I think, after this session. He wants the ball. He's gone the old school route. Ooh, unlucky, caught the flight on the way in.
63. James McCall, 45. $35. Tom
Again,
McCall, 31.
the doubling comes back to haunt him. 2 8s. Just down the side.
23.
Ooh, over adjusted and took a
James
bit of a
McCall, 10.
deflection, you can tell by the angle of entry. 2 for double 4, splits it. Ooh, I think he thought that was in double 18.
2. Tom McCall, 8.
Well, you couldn't get much closer, could you?
Desperately close on that third dart. Tom now for the same target. down to twos, and
Game shot on the first leg.
this time
Tom
does get it in that
Sykes.
fist pump once again. Didn't see so much of that yesterday, but again, the way that Tom played yesterday,
Second leg,
it
Tom
was
to third
with a lot more
first.
freedom,
Game
I'd
on.
say.
Yeah, he wasn't as animated, and there was certainly no surprise at the level he was playing at. It wasn't, you know,
58.
on the case he was sort of, oh wow, I can't believe I'm playing this well. Well, by virtue of finishing 4th in the county averages last season
100.
for Yorkshire, tells me he's a serious player.
Coming to something that's
42.
as new as the Super Series, and we saw an interview with him yesterday. He was quite laid back, didn't over kind of egg his chances, just wanted to see how it went.
81.
But then how it went, he finished top of the table, and I wonder if just coming in today, maybe it was a bit more of wanting it as opposed to seeing.
Honeymoon period over.
Yeah. One, these guys are now more than aware of what he can do, so that target is there and on his back. But also, he's
Well, he's got his own expectations,
100.
hasn't he?
yeah, of course.
I mean, he averaged 2 big averages yesterday: 101.90, 103.66,
100.
and that all on his TV debut.
$40. $180.
First 180, the match goes the way of Tom Sykes. But another one of those from James Richardson.
100. Tom McCarr,
Just the
64.
ton, but does leave himself on 80. Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom Sykes.
Yeah, that's well taken there from Tom Sykes, and 2-0 up.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
And after the disappointment of losing 4-3 last time
134.
out and 4-1 in his first game of today, he'll just be happy to, by any which way, just get 2 points on the board and
91.
get back to that winning ways feeling.
$180.
Thumbs up again there from James Richardson. Finds his first 180 of this match, and a few
59.
more of them from James Richardson throughout today. Not quite as many as his son, Josh Richardson, who managed 6 in his win over Sykes.
134.
Yeah, he was spectacular in terms of the 180 tally.
81. James McCarr, 53. Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
It's a nice 12 dart holder throw there for James Richardson. Gets chalk on the
Ball by
board.
Tom to throw first. Game on.
Gets chalk on his ends.
Yeah, I should imagine there's chalk everywhere.
$134.
Second coming of Keith Deller.
140.
Yeah, we discussed it briefly yesterday, didn't we? But it's one of those things I've never liked on my hands.
57.
No, I find it far too slippy.
125. $60. $140.
Another strong leg here from Richardson. He's looking to break back to make it 2 apiece.
180.
That has to be a max.
96.
That's the third of the contest.
Game shot on the
this
fourth
is-
leg. James
This is
Richardson.
much better. This is the kind of darts we expected, Laura.
Fifth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Well, arguably, he's not named Ruthless for no reason.
No, and when he is on his game, he is really ruthless.
80.
There's just been no middle ground with him this week. It's either been very, very
96.
good or very, very ordinary. Not been anything in the middle.
68.
But Richardson here could really put the dampeners on Tom Sykes' ambitions to make the finals tomorrow.
96. 100.
You feel the business end of these matches, they felt like they've been quite testing for Tom Sykes.
134.
We've seen a little bit of tension creep into the throwers. Just the pressure mounts and the kind of end of the match is getting
140.
closer.
$95. James McCall, 113. $57. Tom McCall, 80.
This here for a break. Yeah, and understandably a shake of the head. 180, you really should be guaranteeing yourself at least one shot at double, but does
60.
just well, but can't find the
James
tops on that
McCall,
last dart.
56.
And again, he's let Richardson in.
Oh yeah, more frustration pulls it into the one.
24.
Yeah, disaster.
Tom McCall, 20.
Absolute disaster.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Tom Sykes.
Well, relief for Tom Sykes, and very much like Richardson, who was
Six leg
chasing
Tom
a
to throw
win.
first.
Tom is
Game on.
very much in the same boat today, just trying to pick up 2 points just to steady the ship.
Yeah, despite that getting a little bit messy for both players towards the tail end, was a 17 dart
85.
break a throw.
Yeah, it wasn't horrible.
$85. $100. $41.
Oh, and a bit of a chance here for Sykes to pull away slightly.
$58.
Hasn't made the most of it.
$96.
Yeah, just a quick glance over to the scoreboard. Needs a treble.
$58.
And treble 3 takes off the 9, but
49.
not really any pressure applied. So Sykes should be the first one down to a checkout. Question is, what checkout will he leave?
$60.
We'd have just love to have squeaked a treble there to leave a two-darter.
$42. Tom McCall, 140.
Yeah, and that visit there from Richardson gives Tom Sykes 6 darts from here to win the match. Yeah. Howie would have liked another one of those, but just switching over, making sure of that
100.
big 20.
Yeah, sometimes that's just the best policy, isn't it? It's
60. Tom McCall, 40.
Well, this is for the win, and a much-needed win. His first of the day. The overnight leader to well, really bunch up this group. We're going to have 4 all
Game
on
showing the
10
match, Tom
points,
Sykes.
and that is the case. Tom Sykes goes back top. 10 points plus 10. Bradley Roos, 10 points plus 9. John Worsley, 10 points plus 5. Josh Richardson, 10 points minus 1. There's the numbers, 84-43 for James. Well, lo and behold, James Richardson with the higher average, just for a change. 80.79 for Tom Sykes, but more importantly for Tom, it stops the rot. When we come back, another Richardson, this time Josh up against John Worsley.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, and well, we come back with potentially another big game, because these two are both locked on 10 points and an opportunity for one of these two to go top. Well, whoever wins will go top, because whoever wins will go on to 12 points.
Yeah, you get the feeling, Mace, that this is going to be one of those ones that we need fingers, toes, abacuses, all sorts of things when we get to the last few matches.
Without doubt. Without doubt, we're going to be scratching our head all the way up until... I'm just going to have a quick look at the final fixtures, and well, Tom Sykes is in action in our final game against Christopher Tonders. James Richardson will be playing John Worsley. And the match that does fascinate me is match number 10. Match number 13, which is Bradley Roos against John Richardson. Because at the moment, both of those are right in the mix.
First leg is Josh, you throw first. Game on. $83.
Yeah, so far been a day of two halves for John Worsley. Got that 4-1 win over Sykes that really kind of laid down a bit of a marker. Pushed him up to the top of the table, but then Bradley Roos, he got that 4-0 win over John Worsley. John Worsley not able to hit double, 0 from 9. I think for John, it's just finding that balance, that little bit of
60.
Consistency across all elements of the game. Because I will say right now, I cannot call which 2 out of those top 4 are going to make it through the finals night.
Say I can make a case. I can make a case for all 4. And there is absolute
78.
separation, because it is 4 on 10 and Christopher and James both on 2. So it is down to that top 4.
100. $78. Johnny Carr 121.
It doesn't have to go for this, but before a 12 dart leg needs the ball. Oh yeah, just checking.
81.
Bit of an argument there for 61 not to go for 11 if you're not intending to go for the ball, but down to tops for a break of throw
81.
and a potential
Jonathan
13 dart
40.
leg.
Yeah, exactly what he would have hoped for, because it's been a tough day.
Getting shot on the
For
first
John
leg, John
himself.
Wesley.
Although he did get the 4-1 win over Tom in
Second leg,
match
John to throw
2
first. Game on.
to reverse that result from yesterday afternoon. He did go down fairly miserably, didn't he, to Bradley 4-0.
58. $45.
Has been a really mixed bag of results when you look at who's beaten who, and
96.
demonstrates how close these players are in terms of what they can do up on the stage. But for Worsley, considering that, you know, where he is on the table, and if he wins this will still be top, has actually suffered two 4-0 losses so far.
Yeah, it's been a, like you say, well, it was something that we picked on with yesterday at the end of the session. We actually felt that all the results we've seen yesterday
100.
afternoon could, or in the whole session, could actually be role reversals today, and so far that predominantly has been the case.
84. $80. $105. Joshua Carr, 167.
Both leaving the 167. This was completed in the very first leg by this man in the opening match of the day.
John McCall, 167.
Yeah, not able to repeat the feat, but leaves 36. We'll be back for it.
93.
For
Joshua
Josh,
Carr,
this would be
36.
a break straight back.
Yeah, an instant response, which is all you hope for as a player.
Getting shot on the second leg, Josh
And he's
Richardson.
completed the job. 16 dart break back.
Third leg, Josh, you throw first. Game on.
John Worsley in the back, yeah, looking rather deep in thought.
96.
Well, he's been given plenty to think about today. Like I said, it was a 4-1 win, but was then on the end of a 4-0 defeat.
140.
When you do come
134.
into this final day of the group stages and you are kind of top or joint toppers, in terms of points at least, that's where, you know, where John was. It's almost like they've kind of come out a bit defensive. You're trying
45.
to protect your lead as opposed to just doing what you did yesterday and attack.
I did exactly the same. I just needed the one win in the opening 2 games. I was just a mess trying to, just thinking, just get the one win, where the mentality on the day before is just full on attack. Just get points. When you need just that one win, it's the hardest one to get.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it recently. I think James Harrell
104.
just needed legs.
Yeah, exactly that.
40.
You've got to say,
Josh
it's so easy
McCall,
for us to sit here and kind of
167.
go, yeah, just go for the win. Don't think about anything else. But you try telling that to yourself when you're up there and you know what you need to do.
Yeah, and someone's then rattling in tons and 1-3-4s
91.
against you.
$140. Joshua Carr, 76.
This was the first holder throw in the match. Like he's staying there for double 18.
40. John Nicol,
Lot to ask
136.
for John Worsley here. 2 treble 20s and double 8.
Yeah, and again, where that darts landed, had to move across.
60.
So they landed a
Joshua
little
Carr, 36.
bit flat to actually low, and it becomes a bit of a blocker when it sits above the treble 20.
Game shot on the third leg.
But no
Josh
problem there
Richardson.
for Josh Richardson, and takes the lead for the first time in the match.
Yeah, back-to-back legs.
Fourth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
And as you can see, John Worsley deep in thought, trying to make something happen. And he's doing just that. Fills it.
100.
First max of the match.
And we know when Josh Richardson does find that treble 20
91.
with the first dart, can really fill up the bed. Josh yet to have a 140 or a 180 in the match, but
Ask Tom Sykes from match number 4 today.
yeah, had it in for Tom, I think. 6 180s.
120.
Well, that's a little unfortunate, that, isn't it? 180 and one on the floor denying him an opportunity of a 9. We did have that wonderful moment with John
100.
Worsley where he walked on stage, had 9 practice starts here at the Super Series and went 180, 180 out.
Just the
Unfortunately, it didn't count.
It didn't count, but the reaction was priceless, wasn't
It
it?
was.
It's like he'd won Champions Week.
$140. John Nicol, 120.
Because it leaves Josh on 170, but first pop at it here for Worsley. 20 for tops.
For a 12 darter. Oh, you
Game shot on the
beauty.
fourth leg. John Worsley.
Very, very tidy indeed. Just what he needed to level things up.
Fifth leg,
Just
Josh
remind
Richardson
Josh
first.
Richardson he's
Game
in
on.
a battle here. A battle for supremacy to top the table.
57. $100.
Yeah, as you say, the pair completely locked into a bit of a battle here, and how imperative will leg 5 prove to be? Normally, is that one that
Well, you think at this stage that they're almost at their
96.
optimum level. They've both had a couple of games. They've sort of had the roller coaster of results, and they both would have been well practiced.
140. $100.
Yeah, and John Worsley here just starting to make a move. So remember, if he does win this leg, he'll be throwing for the match and having the darts. When you've got that kind of,
140.
he's really found his scoring boots, hasn't he? 6
Yeah.
140s there.
And the averages are a testament to that, Laura. He's up round 98 and a half.
Yeah, there you
81.
can see it. 98
John
and a half,
Nicol,
90 for
121.
Josh Richardson.
$57. Joshua Carr, 167.
Can he do it again?
Oh, certainly wasn't a million miles
129.
away, but
John Carr, 64.
not a bad second prize. He's left himself a double.
$24.
Oh, that was to
Joshua Carr,
just get
38.
his nose in front. Now, does he split or does he go straight for it? He's made up his mind. Yeah, splits. Don't blame him.
Game shot on the fifth
Especially
leg, Josh Richardson.
when you nail the double 16, and just when we thought Worsley might be getting a bit of a foothold in the game,
Sixth leg, John to throw first, game on.
Josh Richardson finds the winning double.
Oh, I just think that score of 129 that just threw maybe just put that
140.
little bit of pressure. I mean, you saw,
For sure. Scoreboard pressure, wasn't it?
yeah, and John just pulled that dart into the 8.
26.
26 the hard way.
$140.
Back-to-back 140s. Worsley playing in a... Well, they're both playing in a way that they refuse to be denied.
140.
And despite the 140, Richardson 114 behind plus these.
91.
I do like that play.
And it feels like one of those legs there for Richardson, just to kind of draw a line under, focus on the next one. He will have the throw if it does go 3 apiece.
40.
Yeah,
John
he's got
O'Carr,
that little bit of an
130.
insurance policy, hasn't he? He's already had a 12 darter in this leg. He won't be going 20 ball. Treble 18 for double 8. Oh, treble 10 for tops. Yeah, that
Game shot on the
is
sixth
yet
leg,
another
John Worsley.
12 dart leg.
Seventh and final leg, Josh to throw first, game on.
And how often has he done this already over the last couple of days in a deciding leg?
180.
Yeah, absolute perfect start.
Are we going to get, oh, I was going to say a perfect response.
140.
Almost, but not quite. So, but when you don't have the darts and your opponent kicks off 180, you know that relief. But I'm sure when that second treble
96.
20 went in, just need to stay within touching distance and hope your opposition just fluffs their lines.
Yeah, definitely.
60.
And he has got a big cushion now. 76 in front, plus these. Should stay there.
96.
The single 19 would have left his favourite 167. Needs another treble. Gets another treble.
140. Josh O'Carr,
So,
129.
At least with that visit, if Richardson doesn't take out the 129, he's going to get a crack at 161. Treble 20 and ball. So we will come back and get a
89.
go.
John
and-
O'Carr,
wow,
161.
what a lovely bullseye to leave tops. It was
Perfect.
plumb in the middle.
Yeah, and he will be back for tops. And Josh Richardson proving he seems to know how to win a 4-3 match.
91.
Certainly does.
Josh O'Carr, 40.
This is for a 13 dart hold in the deciding leg. And is this another one
Game shot of
that
the match,
John
Josh
Worsley will
Richardson.
go, how have I not got anything out of that? 99.40, the average for John Worsley. Yet he is defeated by Richardson, who had the darts in that match with a 92, 24, 180 apiece. But the finishing from both, absolutely superb. In fact, 7 out of 10 combined, but it was 80% 4 from 5 for the winner, Josh Richardson. When we come back, Bradley Roos has the opportunity to join Richardson on 12 points when he faces Christopher Tonders.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, and it is Bradley Roos up against Christopher Tonders. And as it stands, the table now is as follows. Josh Richardson, the first player to breach the 12 points. Tom Sykes on 10. Bradley Roos on 10. John Worsley on 10. Now, is it the opportunity for Tonders to play the role of spoiler?
First leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, I have to say, Bradley has been my kind of stand-up player, especially in terms of results for today. Had to knuckle down to get some of them, especially that 4-3 win in his first match against James Richardson. That really could have gone either way. Survived match darts, but really put himself in the mix here.
Yeah, Bradley won this tie yesterday. 4-1. Yeah, an average of 86, 50% on the doubles, a high finish of 110, won 180. Chris
41
himself had a couple of 180s in the tie.
Another one of those kind of battles of the young guns, the ones that are up and coming.
Yeah, these are the ones we may be looking at in 5 or 6 years' time on the fringe of greatness. You just never know.
100.
I remember when Gian Van Veen rocked up at Southampton. Didn't really know too much about him, but certainly know who he is now.
Yeah, most definitely.
60.
Yeah, very unfortunate, I think, not to have secured a spot in the Grand Prix next week.
60. $140.
This match has a really interesting dynamic for me as well, because Tonders, we know he's got levels that he can play, but it's all the pressure's got to be on Bradley. Bradley's still in the mix, still fighting for that spot. He would have just seen Josh Richardson win and go to 12 points, and we'll want to follow.
60.
Yeah,
Bradley
exactly that.
145.
He is the one in position to really strike the top of the table.
65. Christopher Carr 100.
So he needs tops.
Game shot on the first
very
leg.
well taken there from Christopher Tonders.
Second leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Can't take anything for granted here, Bradley.
131. $100. 60. 60. 52. 140.
Solid 140. Just to get himself back in the leg.
22.
Go through the air and then go a little later on the slower players. That would work.
84.
Well, Bradley Roos here just in a position to break straight back.
57. Bradley Carr 117.
And even if this match does go the way of Chris, I think in the back of everyone's mind as well, this could still come down to leg difference. So every leg could count.
77.
Yeah, and some of those daft legs that you lose could come back to haunt you.
100.
Well, yeah, John
Bradley
Worsley, who
40.
obviously came into this favourites in a slightly more precarious position, and when you think he's had 2 4-0 losses, and
Well, it may be leg difference. Maybe Josh Richardson's undoing, because although he's on 12, he's actually on 0
Getting
leg
shot on the
difference.
second leg. Bradley
Where
Roos.
Tom Sykes is plus 10, Bradley Roos is plus 9, and Worsley is plus 4.
Third leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
And even if you look at Bradley on plus 9, that's a big swing. That's a 4-leg, like a 4-0 win.
140.
The 4 to come off and the 4 to go on for Josh Richardson, and he'd still be 1 behind.
140.
yeah, so I guess in that case, it's Richardson really does need to stay ahead in terms of points, just to
Yes.
keep it all simple.
Yeah, he
140.
can't. He's one of those in the position where he can't rely on leg difference.
60.
Fascinatingly, the Richardsons clash again in the next match.
Oh yeah, Josh has the bragging rights from yesterday, but
Well, he won't want payback.
100.
no, James much improved today.
$100. Bradley Car 121. $85.
Yeah, that was close.
Such a pretty finish, that one.
139. Bradley Car 36.
A bit of pressure on this now. Good visit there from Toonders.
Does normally like this
Game shot
side
on
of the
third
board.
leg.
Eventually
Bradley Roos.
finds the double for a 2-1 lead. Bradley getting closer and
Fourth
closer
leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
going on top of the table.
Well, we were chatting, weren't
93.
we? And in fairness, and I think even at the top of the show, my inclination was very much towards Sykes and Worsley. And although obviously they're not out of it, could very much, well, just as easily be Bradley Roos and Josh Richardson going through.
Yeah, and at the completion of this game, they will all have played 8 of their 10 allocated matches. So there's only 4 more points up for
60.
grabs. And at the moment, those who were in positions 3 and 4 are now in positions 1 and 2. So the pressure is now on Sykes and Worsley.
140.
It may be a case where Bradley actually only needs 1 more win.
57.
Yeah.
Where for Tom and John, it may be a case where they have to win both their remaining 2 matches. And Tom and Bradley meet
145.
not in the next match, but in the one after. That could be massive.
Yeah, absolutely. And
That could well determine one of the 2 that
99.
come
Bradley
through the
Car
group.
36.
yeah, I agree. And talking about massive, this is a massive leg here for Roos. Potential 10 dart incoming, and it
Getting shot on
is
the
a
fourth
10
leg.
dart
Bradley
breaker
Roos.
throw for Bradley Roos.
Best leg of the week.
I think so.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've often kind of commented he's played himself into a bit of form as the week's gone on, and that's just a perfect example.
Yeah, that was very, very pretty. 180, 140,
60.
145, double 18 in 1.
Gonna make starts.
Just
look-
51.
just the 50 average in that leg.
It makes starts look simple when you see it like that.
David Davis made it look simple in the Volt
96.
series last night in Denbighshire. Yeah, 128 average, wasn't it? 12, 12 and 11, I think.
Nice.
It's
Very nice.
outrageous.
Yeah.
93.
Yeah, just a bit of exasperation there from Tondas. In fairness, especially the last couple of
42.
legs. Bradley Bruce is relatively unplayable.
Yeah.
85.
Yeah, 719s. We'll have left 170.
58. 125.
A good visit, but obviously expected more.
Well, the frustrating thing there, if it had been just a single 20, it would have left him 132, which is the
100.
slightly
Christopher Carr, 147.
easier finish.
95. Bradley Carr, 145. 104. Christopher Carr, 52.
Yeah, this to make it 3-2, double 16.
Game shot on
And
the fifth leg.
no
Christopher
messing around there for
Tondas.
Chris Tondas.
Yeah, and when you're just trying to get something done easily, it never comes easy. And that's what
Six leg
Bradley would be
Christopher
thinking
Tondas
now.
first.
Why
Game on.
why didn't you just let me take the 41 out and get this over and done with?
Yeah, sadly, dart players try and make it as difficult as possible for
95.
each other. Yeah, but another case, I think, of just being that close
57.
to winning and just having the opportunity snatched away from you. And when you are that close, you're 41 points away from winning, and now you're a good 501 at least away
140.
once again.
I think that's the frustrating thing with the set play when you do miss a double and you're not back to just 501, you're back to having to win another set.
134. 96. 97. Christopher Carr, 170.
Another one of those.
84.
He's getting Bradley at it here.
100. Christopher Carr, 86.
And the problem for Bradley is here, he would expect both Worsley and Tom to
54. Bradley
Well,
Carr, 113.
most likely beat Christopher. So it won't be just 2 drop points. He's just begging now to
57.
get one opportunity,
Christopher Carr,
isn't he?
32.
Yeah, done it, yeah, pleading for it to go in.
Game shot on the sixth
Yeah,
leg.
that's a good
Christopher
adjustment there
Tondas.
from Chris Tondas to move across the arc. He blocked it slightly, so level game.
His finishing's been good. He's had
Seventh
100
final
out.
leg, Bradley
He's
to
3
field
from
first.
6 on
Game
his
on.
doubles. Bradley 3 from 9, averaging 90.29. He's had the only 180 of the match. He's had 5 140s.
93.
Yeah, you're chucking that 10 dart leg for good measure. But yeah, it's about consistency, even in these short format matches. you can-
100.
One good leg doesn't win a match.
Well, we used to do checkout of the week, and maybe now we should do leg of the week. Easily decide when there's a 9, of course, but 10 is leg of
96.
the week so far. Finish of the week, very easy. Finish of the year almost here at the Super Series, the 160 from
50.
Jared. Not that he's mentioned it to anybody.
Not much. No. Yeah, I think it doesn't necessarily need to be the highest. It just needs to be, that was just an
Well,
impressive.
I mean, if someone takes out a 170 and it's 3 all and the opponent's hit a 180 to leave a double, then yeah, then.
85.
But again, it was 3 all in that match, wasn't it? And it was No, it was 3-2, and I think he'd left himself a finish.
100.
It was 3, yeah, it was 3-0 when he took the 160. I knew it was tight.
47. Bradley O'Connor,
So Bradley
130.
has time on his side. Now may switch.
58.
Yeah, that's time, but how much? Quite a short road. And
But
59.
again, not punished.
Bradley O'Connor, 72.
Led off. He's only hit 1 treble in his last 4 scoring visits, Christopher, and there's never a worse time to do that than in a deciding leg.
52. Christopher Carr,
But this
160.
would be heartbreak for Bradley.
we just mentioned the 160, and yeah, not going to go for Chris. So Bradley back for the
88.
match again.
Bradley O'Connor, 20.
Double 10. To top the table. He's just trying to, he's not going to rush himself. He wants to be ready. Oh,
Getting
brilliant.
shown the
Dart.
match, Bradley
Under
Root.
extreme pressure, and you can see the reaction from Bradley. He knows how big that was. And he gets it done with an 87.63, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, 33%. And he only won 180. Went to the man who took the spoils, Bradley Ruse. When we come back after the break, Battle of the Richardsons again, Josh versus James.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Bradley's rusing day continues. He got the better of Christopher Tunders in the last leg decider by 4 legs to 3 before the break. These are the results in full. The other results from the previous round of fixtures saw Josh Richardson get the better of John Worsley in the deciding leg by 4 to 3, and Tom Sykes getting his first win of the day against James Richardson. This is what it does in terms of the league standings then. Bradley Ruse and Josh Richardson both top of the pile on 12 points, and a healthy looking legs difference for Bradley as well. Tom Sykes and John Worsley both placed on 10. So an interesting round of fixtures to come. Now it's a case of like father, like son, as Josh Richardson takes on James Richardson. And watching this one in the commentary box, Laura Turner and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, when they met yesterday, the son gave the father a bit of a whooping, 4-2, much to his own delight. He'll be hoping to do the double over his
Looks
dad.
like Josh, you throw first.
Because a slip up
Game
here
on.
for Josh would be a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, it's interesting because we were speaking about the kind of dynamic of
95.
playing a family member yesterday, and I spoke briefly to Josh afterwards, and he was just saying, yeah, obviously, he wants the win. That's what you're up there to do. But, he was feeling sorry for his dad to an extent because obviously James has had,
a tough week.
Really tough week. So, and have a few conflicting emotions. But Josh's eyes have got to be on the prize. And he's just seen Bradley pipping once
59.
again to that top spot. And as we were mentioning before, he needs to win by clear, he needs to top that table by clear points because I don't think leg difference is going to really help him.
Well, the beauty of his situation is if he wins his remaining 2 games, he's going to be safe. It's in his hands. He doesn't have to rely on any other results. As long as he wins, no matter if they're both full 3, he is through. Because they all have 2 to play, and himself and Bradley are both 2 points clear. 1 win, effectively clear.
Yeah, it's basically in the hands of Bradley and Josh. That
100.
becomes very frustrating for the chasing 2 players, Tom Sykes.
Well, it's like you said, though, those matches that you lose by the odd leg, they come back to haunt you.
100.
If they don't haunt you in terms of table position, and it gets tight, those odd legs that you miss 4, 5, 6 at a double at, in terms of leg difference, come back to
96.
to
James
really
McCall,
bite.
154. 100. Joshua Carr, 94.
No surprise, opts for the ball, but finds a 7.
28. James McCall, 54. 34. Joshua Carr, 66.
Couldn't quite make that required adjustment. Well, we know which way he's going to go. Ball 88.
Game shot on the first leg, Josh Richardson.
That's the way he was going.
Hey, it was effective in the end.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
More Mick Jagger
60.
impersonations. Must be a Richardson thing.
Yeah.
Thinking of James, I suppose I can't get no satisfaction comes to mind.
Yeah, possibly just doesn't feel that good.
30.
I shouldn't do this with a singer. I'm gonna quit while I'm.
Oh, James, just sit down.
100.
You and Chris Murphy could do this
43.
for hours on an afternoon.
Yeah, definitely songs.
60.
Yeah, my knowledge of music or favourite types of music don't really give me an opportunity to use them as a fan of
62.
gangster rap and hip hop.
Yeah, well, you like what you like. But yeah, actually, yeah, you probably would lose me with that genre.
95.
Well, it's more the song titles and lyrical content that leaves me in a sticky situation.
78. 81.
James Richardson totally dominating in this leg.
Yeah, and like I say,
100.
Josh ain't got to be too
James
concerned.
McCall,
It
105.
doesn't matter how he or what the scoreline is. It's just get the 2 points for the win.
In fairness, he's been the king of 4-3 wins today.
Yes.
All of his results have gone to that
89.
deciding leg, and he's just
And when that happens, Laura, that my names on pot thing, that just when you see a player that's just nicking them all day, they're the ones that end up qualifying.
81.
It's in
James
the,
McCall,
it's in the
16.
stars.
Game shot on the second leg, James Richardson.
Watch him lose this one 4-3.
Commentator's curse.
Sorry, Josh.
Third leg, Josh, you throw first. Game on.
I mean, it's a horrible situation for James. He's purely playing for pride, but ultimately he could manufacture
95.
his son's demise in the table.
Absolutely.
And in terms of qualification, that will be an awkward drive home.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the comfiest. Household bragging rights.
60.
In fairness, the last time they were here, was it 3-3 that
96.
James Richardson just popped in a tiny...
Oh, down in that was down in Southampton. Yeah, 3-3 and finds a 9. In fairness to Josh, he didn't have a bad leg himself.
91. 41.
James just forcing that last art a little bit, so not really taking full advantage of the darts that Josh has thrown so far.
140. 180. Joshua Khan, 150.
Enjoying the continual gilding celebration.
Yeah, the gilding tribute. Dan Dawson will be a fellow
64. James Khan, 89. 64. Joshua Khan, 86.
May see Josh need to bull himself on this combination. It will be treble 18 for 32 if he hits the single. What am I talking about? Of course he's hit the treble
Game
and the
shot on
double.
third
2-1.
leg, Josh Richardson. Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Especially in the last two
100.
matches, the finishing element of Josh's game has been absolutely exceptional. It was 50% in his 4-3 win over Sykes, 80% in his 4-3 win over Worsley.
86.
That's class. Real class.
And not to mention right now, sat at 100%, 2 from 2.
121. 96. 85. 100.
Certainly looking forward to tonight's completion of Group B. I think it would be equally as
121.
exciting as this afternoon's is playing out.
$49.
Yeah, it
James
was,
Buchanan, 74.
another one that we thought was going to almost not run away with it, but
Take care of itself.
Game shot on the fourth
Richie
leg.
Housen
James
next.
Richardson.
Really
Yeah.
slow start last night, but did manage to turn it around to get 2 wins at the back end of the evening.
Fifth leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, how important will be getting on the board be for Richie Housen coming in tonight. It was bizarre, wasn't it? He lost his opening 2 games, 4-0, 4-0.
100.
Just nothing what we would expect from Richie Housen is normally just so consistent.
100. 100. 60.
And back-to-back tons so far from Josh. Everything going with throw.
140.
Again, another Pro Tour today. I was a little bit shocked. I thought the computers were broke. Gary Anderson won his
41.
opener,
Joshua
6-3
Carr,
with a 97.
161.
Under 100. Although, normal service resumed. 107 in his next game.
65.
Yeah, we've always got this kind of rejuvenated version of Gary Anderson that's...
Likes Christmas.
yeah. Yeah, well, Christmas has been quite kind to him
115.
on
Joshua Carr, 96.
several occasions.
Michael van Gerwen had a monster in the round of 32. 112.32 to beat Pascal Ruprecht, 6-1.
Often bounces back, doesn't he, Michael van
Yeah.
Gerwen, like a wounded animal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't want to put him in a corner. Not in darting terms.
Not a baby, is he?
Oh, we go movies now. Not
No.
sure how I could shoehorn in. I only carried the watermelon.
19.
How did I know you just love that film?
Bit
85.
dirty dancing.
Joshua Carr, 77.
This would be some dirty darting. Single 18. Tops for the lead.
37. James Carr, 100.
I just saw James there just chalking up his hands in the background. Yeah, can't find the tops, but leaves himself on 20.
80. Joshua Carr, 40.
So, tops this time. 3 in hand. And guess what? James Richardson has a 10-point higher than his opponent, as per. I'd like to say it was a scoring average, but he's had
20.
twice as many. Well, up until
James Carr, 20.
those 3 misses, he'd had twice as many doubles, darts at a double, than his dad, James.
Game shot on the 5th leg. James Richardson.
Wow. I would love to be a part of the sat
6 leg
nav
James to
that
throw
could listen
first.
to the
Game on.
drive home. If James wins this and it costs Josh a place in tomorrow's final, then oof.
60.
Yeah, well, Josh has had opportunities and
Absolutely.
he's not playing at the level that we've seen him play.
140.
But we know what happens if it goes 3-3, don't we? So
Well, yeah, that's written in the stars, as you said.
100.
And I guess the argument is, well, yes, you could possibly blame this one individual match. You know, yesterday did
96.
a bit of damage as well.
$100.
Good start on the 19s. 5 leaves 170. That leaves 132.
133.
One of Laura's favourites.
It is indeed, and if this goes, I'm pretty sure it'll be one of Josh Richardson's favourites.
Yeah, under the circumstances.
60.
Not off.
Joshua Carr, 132.
Disappointingly for me, doesn't have to go for it, but he does like a ball. Well, 17.
That's risky,
100.
isn't
It
it?
is risky. Oh.
Playing with fire there. He hit the ball. He
100. Joshua Carr, 32.
would have left 7.
Yeah. Yeah, that does seem risky.
Game shot on the
Yeah, but
6th
what
leg.
do we
Josh
know? That's
Richardson.
a really, really important last start there for Josh Richardson. And, well, we've said it already, a level match, and Josh has got
7th
the
and final
darts.
leg.
And
Josh to
he's no
throw
stranger
first.
to this
Game on.
situation, especially today.
$85.
Kind of individual thought process. They both think so much when they're up there.
Yeah, I think with Josh, you'd be thinking, well, the vast majority of
41.
the time I've been taken to the hill, I've come out on top. So, and there's no reason, there's no negative thoughts or baggage to come with the scenario.
46.
No, I guess that's a case of just who can kind of hold it all together, really, in this last one.
81.
Yeah, it's managing the situation, and when you, I mean, look at that run that MVG went on. Was it 20-odd matches consecutive winning last leg deciders? I mean, that's just remarkable.
140.
Well, if this does go the way of Josh Richardson,
83.
not quite MVG-esque, but it would be 4 consecutive 4-3 wins for him.
Yeah, he has to be very careful here.
77.
Rescued the situation, didn't he?
Yes, that nervy business end now.
Yeah.
45. Joshua
Yeah,
Carl
this is where it gets
153.
a little bit twitchy. 60, 57, 36. Even if it doesn't go here, it's just about leaving it as simple as possible.
I think the treble 20s blocks, though, 116.
62.
Looked at 19s, but he's done that on a few occasions. Quite a few occasions.
He seems to have his own way of thinking on the shots. There's certainly nothing
84.
obviously
Joshua Carl 91.
mathematically advantageous, but tops, 2 in hand. 10s, 1 left for the win.
71.
Well, we keep
James
harping
O'Connell,
back to it, but
167.
the very first match of this group, the very first leg, Josh Richardson took out a 167.
40.
Yeah,
Joshua
Hannah
Carl
cannot
20.
follow suit, so Josh back needs 20 for the match.
Oh, decided to split the 20, 4 for double 8.
Game
And
shot on
gets
the match.
it.
Josh Richardson.
It's always a bit of a risk there when you go that route, because you potentially block out the double 4 as it was. Richardson manoeuvred around the potential blocker to get the win 4-3. It's what he does. It's what he's done today. And it's what James Richardson does predominantly, have a higher average, but lose. Josh Richardson picking up the 2 points, moves on to 14 points. It is very much in his hands. Well, Tom Sykes and Bradley Roos, they face off after the break.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're on London Road. Oh, while I'm at it and I give you the address, why don't you join us Saturday night? Tickets are free. There is a £2 booking fee. Give that a quick scan.
First
It will
leg,
take
Tom
you to the
to do
landing
first.
page where you
Game
can
on.
book your tickets. We do have a Vault series starting at midday.
134.
We will have the man who just started with 134, Tom Sykes, in action from around about 4 o'clock-ish, trying to win the
40.
ADC Yorkshire and Humberside belt against Chris Quantock, who returns to action this evening in Group B. So a full day of darts for
58.
£2.
Yeah, very, very good, isn't it? And we already know Alex Spellman.
80.
He's got the only confirmed place still. Nothing,
Yeah,
nothing confirmed here yet in Group C.
No, absolutely not. But very much like
140.
Josh Richardson, it's in Bradley's hands. He wins this one.
121.
He is... Well, they're both would only then be vulnerable to John Worsley, who has 2 games
57.
to play. This is the 9th match for this pair. So if Bradley wins it, he moves on
45.
to 14, and
Tommy Carr,
there's only 2
112.
points available for Tom.
Yeah, time's running out, and Tom Sykes, they're missing the big single number.
80.
How big is the Bradley Rose, Josh Richardson match going to be?
Yeah, could prove absolutely massive. And really also kind of quite
65.
dependent on this
Tommy Carr,
result.
32.
Yeah, for sure.
No score. Bradley Carr, 150. $48. Tom Carr, 32. Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
this time Tom Sykes does hold a throw there.
Second leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Tom just taking a really good look at his darts there. Probably. Just think there's been a few questions perhaps in Tom's mind. Coming in here very laid
100.
back, nothing really to lose, you know, very humble interview at the beginning and actually, to be fair, at the end of the day. But you just have that, I don't know, you're coming in here and you're top
118.
of the table. I think that want and desire just starts to really creep in.
Yeah, it can be your undoing.
56.
And and like you say, especially for Bradley, who's been here all week and has had that multiple match mentality.
180.
He's now pretty much in knockout dart territory. So you have to just completely switch it up.
Yeah, I think they all are, and it's just how you can react.
100. $93.
A good switch there to the 19s from Tom. 110 after 9 and set himself up an opportunity to break.
125.
We did see it a couple of
Tom
times yesterday.
110.
When Tom Sykes finds it, he has the ability to really run away with a match.
70. Bradley Carr, 120.
there's certain players are front runners, aren't they? And he's got the makeup of one of those.
But tops required here for Rose.
Game shot on the second leg. Bradley Roos.
Yeah, excellent finishing there from Bradley Rose to make it 1-1.
Third leg, Tom to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, yesterday, Bradley won this time. In fact, he was the only player yesterday to defeat Tom, and he did so with a 86.72, 4-2.
140.
87.09 the average for Tom in that one. Looking for revenge.
140.
Looking to keep himself in the mix for qualification, of course.
Yeah, I think it would prove
60.
difficult for Tom. Would all ride on that last match, but be dependent on other results as well. So, just
82.
when you've still got these chances, you just want to be in control as much as possible. Anyway, of your own destiny.
Yes. Which is the position both Bradley and James
60.
find themselves in.
Tom McCall,
They
139.
keep winning, they qualify. Simple as that. They're not concerned about other results.
No, not at all. But they can't both
99.
keep winning because after this match, as you mentioned before, they're playing each other.
Spectacular.
100. Tom McCall, 40.
Potential 13 data incoming.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah,
Tom
14
side.
darts, but Tom won't be thinking of that.
Fourth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on. $180.
No, Bradley hits his first 180 of the match. Both players been quite dominant on their own
140.
throw. If that is a pattern that's going to continue, it'll be Tom that emerges victorious.
Yeah, and he's... Oh, go on then. Went for the open
125.
bed.
You talked that out, didn't you?
Yeah, and I mean, Tom's averaging over 100 at the moment, leading 2-1. 92 the average for Bradley.
100.
This is a high-level game. I mean, Tom Sykes averaging over 100 with 5 missed at a double.
He was unlucky not to win that second leg. One dot at tops off of for a 110 checkout.
66. $91. Bradley McCall, 130.
Yeah, got away with that a little bit. Aiming for the 25 and ball, pulled it into the 16 and left himself on 170.
$90. Tom
Statement
McCall,
that,
170.
Tom's not going to get it.
Yeah, he's basically saying to him, you can't take it out.
137.
Well, he was right, but
Bradley
only
McCall,
just. He's
40.
having a smile about it. He knows. Bradley knows as well. He would have taken a gulp of air tracking that dart towards the ball.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Bradley
Good
Roos.
composure for Bradley. That's a 13.
When that happens against you, that's all you want to
It's
do.
like
Is
Tom
just
McCall
pin
first,
it
game
and say,
on.
what were you saying? If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What was that statement you just made?
I like Keith Deller in the biggest game of them all.
Absolutely.
Sid
Has he ever
said-
mentioned the checkout to you?
Sid always says Bristow played the percentages. Deller did the business.
140.
Line the old school dart fans will never forget.
It's one of those first things that
49.
I was kind of taught is if your opponent's on a finish, you do what you can to get
Yeah.
to any double, even if it is the ball.
Yeah, certainly was
100.
sort of the modern thinking as well is to try and play a few of those psychological games. MVG tries very hard to
59.
do. I mean, look at Phil Taylor. You could spend 6, 8, 9 darts deciding who wins the ball, and he goes, he can have it. And your head's gone before. You're like, well, why didn't you just
let me have it in the first
100.
place.
Yeah.
Make me work for it.
Yeah. beat me to win the honour of getting the throw and then just hand it back to me?
58. Bradley Car
They worked.
161.
Yeah, and that's, I guess that's a sign of just a winning mentality. He wants to win the ball and then just make the decision of how the match is going to play out.
Yeah, well, his thought process were you're going to be most vulnerable in leg one
Mm-hmm.
65.
when you're cold and nervous. I'm not going to be. So I'm going to get that early break, hold, and put you right under it. And it sort of worked out for him, didn't it?
Yeah, he won a few
16
titles.
match plays and 16 world championships, which will be
60. Bradley Car
never
96.
remotely even come close to being equalled.
No, I can't see any.
In my lifetime or another
mine, no.
lifetime.
No, I can't see the sport being dominated by one person in the way that he did.
42. $100. Bradley
Sykes under
Car
real
54.
pressure here on his throne. Bradley with an opportunity to just turn this match on its head. Tops required.
$14. Tommy Car 90.
Just a fraction. Such fine margins. Oh, ball for tops. What a brave man. He's so risky. Will he get the reward?
80. Bradley Car 40.
Oh, and that was, I think, Tom trying to make a bit of a statement as well there. I just think it is a risky strategy.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Bradley Roos.
Yeah, and it didn't pay off. So Bruce family in the driving seat. How's the darts here in this sixth leg?
Sixth leg. Bradley to throw first. Game on. $78.
So this, for me, real test of Tom Sykes's mettle.
Well, he's been being asked the
100.
ultimate question. Because a defeat here and his race is run.
140.
But my goodness, what a fabulous debut.
Oh, absolutely. And it is
57.
great. The people that are kind of uncovered here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, I'm for the players with ambitions to replicate him. You know, listen, use this as an inspiration. Look what he's done.
180.
And there's just the opportunities there. There's no, there's no special privileges. Go out, play the ADC.
140. Bradley Car 103.
Get yourself on that stage. May even be lucky enough to be refereed by the legend Paul Hinks.
Not a disaster. So he's treble 20 for tops.
Game shot on the match.
Absolutely
Bradley Roos.
perfect. Rather than go 63 tops, he took the 3 off first and ends the hopes of Tom Sykes, but bolsters his chances of qualification with what was a fabulously well played match. Tom Sykes 93-76, Bradley 93-1-3, a heavy scoring match. 15 scores of a ton or more for Bradley, 12 for Tom, and the doubling from Bradley outstanding. 4 from 6, 66.67%. When we come back, John Worsley in a must-win game against Christopher Tonders.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, everybody, and we return with John Worsley against Christopher Tounders in what is a must-win match for John Worsley. A defeat here, and it is done and dusted. It's Bradley and Josh taking positions 1 and 2, and joining Spellman in tomorrow's final, and then tonight in Group B gets underway at 10 o'clock. We will find out the other 3 making up our 6-player field for Week 8
Looks like John to throw
finale.
first. Game on.
Yeah, and I've kind of felt a little bit for Chris throughout today because he's played well. He's played well throughout the week, really played himself into it, but just, again, another one just hasn't had the results, just one weaker in Group C.
Yeah, but he's had a very mature
134.
and just very simple attitude throughout the week, hasn't he? He's treating it for what it is, an experience. And he will get a gauge with the players around him.
137.
He will be able to gauge where he is in terms of his game, areas he will want to improve. But listen,
60.
these 25 matches he will have played this week will prove invaluable going forward. As we discussed on Wednesday, I don't think I played
81.
25 games under the lights in the first 4 years of my career. In fact, I know I didn't.
47.
Is he going to fill it up?
140.
Not quite, but decent lead here in the first leg.
I'll give you a few results from Players' Championship
65.
24
Jonathan,
in
87.
beautiful Barnsley. Johnny Clayton through to the quarters with a 6-5 win over Cullen. Etta through with a 6-1 win over Aaron Monk. MVG
32.
backs up that 112 with a 111 and a 6-3 win over Dobie, who averaged 100. Joyce beats Kist 6-3. Gurney beats
100. Jonathan,
Dirk van
55.
Dijvenbode 6-3. Lukeman beats Jules van Dongen 6-0. Anderson through 6-0 against Kim Hybrits.
Kist featuring in quite a few of those latter stages of the Players'
And
Championships.
Add to that, Bunty beating
shot on the
Woodhouse
first leg. John
6-3, who's
Worsley.
in a rich vein of form at the moment. I've seen Keeler put
Second leg, Chris is
something on
first.
Facebook
Game on.
about his recent form, and it was, well, basically saying that's what happens when you practice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I
85.
not mention the person he played against in Woodhouse played himself into the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
$85. $180.
It's a must-win game for Worsley, and he's got to try and win it big. And then he has to
180.
defeat James Richardson to be in with a shout of
66.
nicking a spot off of either, well, it will have to be Richardson because of the leg difference. Bradley's on 14 points plus 12.
96.
He
Christopher
plays
Bell,
in the
170.
match that follows, and the winner of that is guaranteed.
96.
Yeah,
John
you see,
Nicole,
Worsley's progress
140.
very much determined on,
Leg difference
yeah,
and getting the job done here and in his final match against James Richardson.
100. Christopher Carr,
Yes, the same.
74.
we know that Tom Sykes races run and he was top of the table. And Worsley was second and still got quite a bit of work to do and depending on other people's results.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Christopher Saunders.
for Worsley, in an ideal situation,
Third leg, John
he
to throw first. Game on.
will hope Bradley defeats Josh, and then it doesn't matter what the scoreline is, he will have to beat James. But Josh will then be a big fan of James Richardson.
140.
I'm sure he is, just
Well,
not on the
but,
hockey.
Yeah, he'd be cheering his dad on because he will then need his dad
60.
to defeat Worsley to guarantee his progression into tomorrow night's final. We will know more, of course, at the completion of this one because, like I said, as long as Worsley wins,
45.
still has the opportunity to progress. Stunning leg this.
141.
141.40, 141.
Worsley himself is a former weekly winner here.
Yep. In the
59.
last series, wasn't
80.
it?
It was indeed.
They all blend into one.
Yeah.
Ooh, cheeky.
60.
So the quarterfinals, Players' Championship 24, Anderson against Lukeman, Gurney
100.
against Bunting,
John
Ryan
O'Connor,
Joyce
20.
against MBG, Heta against Clayton.
Getting shot on the third leg, John Worsley.
Yeah, and 2-1 to John, and en route to keeping these hopes alive for finals.
Fourth leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
102.07 the average. How much will he come to rue that? Well, he had a couple of thumpings, and he 4-0. And that could well be his undoing.
Yeah, very much so. The one that really does stand out to me today is that 4-0 loss to Bradley. 0 from 9 on doubles.
140.
And it was just the kind of polar opposite of what happened yesterday. He played him
121.
4-1.
Yep.
100% on doubles.
Yeah, from one extreme to
Yeah,
another.
absolutely.
60.
We did kind of
100.
imply that the way the matches went yesterday, it could be role reversal. Worsley won't be hoping for role reversal on this one. He did win yesterday 4-2.
$134.
Yeah, great visit there from Worsley, setting up a finish first, but Chris will be on something much better.
137. John Nicol, 167.
Well, now he's on 58 to level things up.
$131.
Good
Christopher
pressure.
Carr, 58.
Not that Tonders will be feeling any pressure, really. He should be playing with freedom and really enjoying this.
38. John Nicol, 36.
Yeah, but it would be nice, wouldn't it? He's still got that winning mentality. Sign off with a couple of wins.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, John
It
Worsley.
is John Worsley now, 3 legs to 1 up, and got the darts in this 5th leg. Looking
Fifth leg,
Well,
John to throw
very
first.
good. This
Game
is
on.
Very good.
105.21 the average. If he can find a 14, he will
42.
set the highest average of the week.
$87. $92. $45.
Yeah, just again, just not going the way of Chris. Puts in a good leg. Good, kind of starts off most matches quite well and just kind of folds slightly under that. It's just
121.
relentless from the
Yeah.
other players, isn't it?
Well, especially in this one. Worsley has, like you say, been just full on.
135. $100. $60. John Nicol, 146.
Yeah, again, shake of the head, but Worsley back for 146.
And he's got a couple of visits at this. May go 54.
94.
And did go 54 and found the target to leave 52 on his return. And this is a massive 4-1 win.
84. John Ricard, 52.
This keeps him well in the mix.
Game shot on the match.
Tops
John
he
Worthy.
needs. Tops he gets. And he does get the required win. Has to win again against James Richardson in the penultimate match of the session, but gets it done with, well, 101.30. A very, very good performance. Not too shabby from Tounders. 88.04. Good finishing as well from Whereas we know when he's hitting doubles, he is fairly relentless on them. Right, when we come back, we will start the fifth and final phase of games for today with Bradley Roos against Josh Richardson.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 4 rounds down for the fixture. You're not usually up here at game 13, Laura.
I know, what's going on? I know, it's quite comfy down there, sat in my commentary chair, but hey, nice to be up here.
That's because we've got a bit of tungsten tension to come.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? You know, it's just, table's starting to shape up just about, but there's still a few things that could change.
Right, let's have a look at the results then from the matches so far. 1 round of fixtures to go. Before the break, John Worsley kept his hopes alive with a ton-topping average to get the better of Christopher Tunders by 4 legs on. Bradley Rose got the better of Tom Sykes-Ford to end his hopes. Josh Richardson won the battle of father and son against his dad James 4-3. So that is the results so far. Let's see how the table correlates then, because Rose and Richardson, now you may remember at the beginning of the day, were the 3rd and 4th favourites of the Oscar pilots to go on and win the group. Well, they are the top 2, and the winner of this one is going to go on and top the group and seal their place on Saturday night.
Yeah, no, it's a really big match, and I think John did really well as well, just to keep himself in contention. But we'll need this result to go his way as well, and then go on and beat James Richardson. So there's still a lot of possibilities.
Certainly a lot of possibilities. Now, Bradley's kind of been the standout performer today, hasn't he? He came back from 3-1 down against James, and then it seemed like since then there's just been no stopping him.
Yeah, I mean, he's been finding the treble 20s, hit a lot of 180s, and he's had some real good clinical finishing at crucial times, and just been able to grind out the results. So, and talking of grinding out results, Josh Richardson as well, 4-3 winner on every occasion so far today.
He's been the man who's kind of mustered the arts of last leg deciders, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, that's absolutely brilliant. But perhaps, you know, maybe looking for a slightly more comfortable win, because leg difference may or may not come into play.
Right, we've done enough talking. Shall we let them get on with it?
Yes, absolutely.
Big game this one. Victor tops the table. It is Bradley Rose against Josh Richardson. Laura's going to make her way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Afternoon, Henry. Yeah, big game, because as mentioned by Laura and Henry, winner guaranteed. Now, for Bradley, the win is not really as essential for as it is for Josh, because Josh is only on +1 in terms of leg difference. So
First leg, Bradley to throw
if Bradley
first.
wins it,
Game
Josh,
on.
of course, will, at the very best, if he loses 4-3, stay on 14 points and 0 leg difference. John Worsley is currently on 12 points +7. So if he defeats James Richardson by
140.
any scoreline, he will swap places with Josh. But if Bradley wins, and if he's beaten by the narrowest of margins
100.
4-3, he will stay on 14 points but be on +11, which means that John Worsley couldn't qualify
59.
anyway because of the legs 1 column, because he could only get with a 4-0 win to +11, tied with Bradley.
60.
Well, if that makes sense, I am very proud of you all.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, when you start doing it, you can confuse yourself very easily. But ultimately, we'll
57.
put our focus on this one. As I said, the winner is guaranteed to join Alex Spellman. And when these two locked horns yesterday,
96.
it was Josh who got the better of Bradley by the narrowest of margins, 4-3. Averaged 87.8, had 1 180. Bradley had 3 180s, a 104 checker. Of course, the first leg of his first match yesterday, Josh took out the 167,
81.
which still remains the highest finish of the week. But this one is absolutely loaded with pressure.
$140. Joshua Carr, 164.
A massive visit there for Bradley. Another one of those.
I say, is he can add a 164 to the
96.
resume
Joshua
of
Carr, 60.
bull finishes. Oh, that's safe, really safe.
50. Joshua Carr, 68.
Yeah, John Worsley will be watching this
52.
with interest,
Joshua
because
Carr, 10.
whoever wins, he'll want them to win in a canter.
Yes.
Game shot on the first leg.
First
Bradley
blood
Roos.
to Bradley with throw.
Second leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
Just think a few things have to go right, obviously, for John Worsley if he's going to progress. I mean, and regardless of how this match goes, he's still
60.
got left to play his last match, and that is against James Richardson.
$81. $140. $100.
Yeah, good last start. Just lifts it over the top. And I don't know what you think, Chris, but sometimes players that have that really thick moulded flight, there's not much given them in terms of
100.
movement. If you clatter into it, it's more likely to go off.
Yeah, well, it's either going on the floor or skewing left or right. Like you say, there's just not very forgiving. Don't get me wrong, they
59.
allow the dart to go through the air a lot cleaner, because they are perfectly molded and in perfect shape. When I get my old school
91.
flights out of the case, there are all sorts of
Feathers? I'm joking.
Okay. Good point, well made. No feathers. No Jim Pikes for me.
100. Joshua Carr, 110.
No, they might make a comeback. Them molded things were the cheapest rubbish on the market back in the day. They were the ones you'd find at the fairground.
90. Bradley Carr, 161.
Lots of changes in technology. You sometimes think there's only so much you can tweak when it comes to darts and dartboards, but they still keep coming back with different things.
I've seen some of
99.
that stuff come out of the
20.
Target launch, and I'm like, wow. It is remarkable, the advances in technology and how it's finding its way into darts. And of course, these new molded fights now, they're all set with balance and they're weighted and different microns of thickness, which adds weight to the darts and to make your dart more balanced. Well, this wouldn't be particularly balanced. A scoreline of 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg. Bradley Roos.
And I'm guessing as it stands, this is probably going the best possible way
Third
for,
leg, Bradley
John
to throw
Worsley.
first. Game on.
Oh, for sure. Because this makes Richardson, well, just means for Worsley any result against James Richardson, and that's enough. Where if
99.
Bradley gets to a third leg, he then needs Bradley to go on and win, of course.
96.
Because if Richardson comes back, it means that Worsley can't qualify.
$140.
And we mentioned earlier, didn't we, that awkward ride home that perhaps Josh and James Richardson could have had if the result went the way of James, and potentially teeing themselves up for another awkward conversation on the way home.
140.
Because I think Josh will be, if this goes the way it's been going, goes Bradley's way, then it's all on his dad to help him out and beat John.
81.
Yeah, Josh searching for a finish. 95 will leave him on 170.
95.
Little drop dart.
I love the way that
123.
Gezi,
Just
her fingers Price does it. It just drops the dart, throws the first, just picks up and slams it in the 60.
$42. Bradley Carr, 58.
Well, for 3-0. Tops required. And Top's got.
Game
That's
show on the third
3-0
leg.
to
Bradley
Bradley
Roos.
Roos.
Fourth leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
This has been under the pressure. A really good
105.
performance from Bradley. But yeah, as it stands, the only way Richardson qualifies is if his dad does him a favour, as you said.
121. $140.
It is a really big ask now for Josh Richardson to come back at 3-0 down, but trying to make a bit of headway here in this fourth leg.
60. $45. $60.
Not enough.
No, 49 points behind plus these. But Yeah, pulled into the one. Josh making a bit of a mess of this, and 191 required. Has to hit a treble to leave himself on a finish.
71.
Well, he does just that. Picks off the treble to leave 140, and his mind now will be just take a steady ton to have 3 at tops next visit.
82. Joshua Carr, 140.
Yeah, especially after that last visit from Bradley. He's got 6 starts from here, Josh. And finds the 1, so 20 scored.
80.
Wow. Keeps doing it, doesn't he? Just finding a treble to save the situation.
$58. Joshua Carr, 60.
$20 and tops. He attempted a flatty there, didn't he?
20.
Yeah,
Bradley
you can
Carr,
see, look at the different
120.
angle.
Well, of all the times. Yeah, I had to go that way. There was no room at the inn.
42.
Yeah,
Joshua Carr, 40.
I think for Josh, he's something he's going to have to work on, and that's his ball management, because there's been a fair few occasions already over the
Game shot
course
of
of
the
the
fourth leg.
last
Josh
couple of
Richardson.
days where it's been really questionable. I mean, if Bradley would have
Bradley
taken
to throw
out
first. Game
that
on.
120, ultimately it could be that costly that it's cost him a place in the finals. What a bizarre moment to
58.
even attempt that.
Yeah, very unusual, as you say.
Well, when Luke Littler played that, he played an entire match, but
60.
he opted to try it when it was of no significance. You know, you can experiment when, you know, you're playing a dead rubber and the job's done, but...
Yeah. Yeah, or
57.
if you're that far ahead, you know, you've got,
Yeah.
a bit of time, but when you're 3-0 down and you need to find your first leg on the board.
You ain't got no time.
64. $60.
In a race of 4, I totally get that
42.
3-0 down looks quite insurmountable, you know, very difficult. But in reality, if you're not the one that's thrown first, it is only that one break of throw.
Yeah.
97.
And exactly. To get it back to 3-0, it's one break, and then, as we know, last leggers are here and there.
But they're a Josh speciality at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him.
140.
He has done everything the hard way so far today. And trust me, at 3-0, you feel great, but I think it's something you
99.
picked up on a little earlier. You do go into defensive mode.
You do, and then you go in panic mode because then you see that 3-0 lead just get slowly eaten away.
Yeah, it evaporates.
139. Bradley Carr, 130.
Needs the treble. And not going to go on this occasion.
57.
So Josh back for
Joshua
56
Carr,
to
56.
break the Roos throw and make it 3-2. So double 18. Can he use it? Is it a marker?
38.
Oh, just inside.
Bradley Carr, 73.
$14 tops for the match.
Game shot on the match, Bradley Roos.
Yeah, and you can just see the elation there from Bradley Roos. A 4-1 victor over Josh Richardson. Averages with there just slightly over the 80 mark for both Bradley and Josh, but most important thing there. Bradley Roos will be your table topper of Group C. We will be seeing him back. And I cannot wait for the next match between James Richardson and John Worsley to decide who will be joining him.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined up here by a very happy group winner, Bradley Roos. Bradley, many, many congratulations making it through to tomorrow night. And what a spurt you put on today.
Yeah, I actually felt quite good today. I had some nerves in my first match today against James. But after that, I literally felt comfortable all day. So, yeah, I'm happy to play tomorrow again.
How much of a catalyst was that for you? And how much could the day have changed? You were 3-1 down in that first game against James Richardson. And I suppose if you lost that game, it could have been a completely different story for yourself.
Yeah, I was 3-1 down in that game. And I was like, okay, yeah, I need to actually win the next 3 legs to actually win the match. And then he missed some doubles in the game to actually win the match. And then I took my chances, and yeah, luckily I won that match. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Second time we've seen you here in the competition. Last time you lost that in the final to Neil Duff. Back on a Saturday night here. What's it about this stage, this format that makes you tick so much?
Yeah, at the development tour I also play like in this format. So yeah, I'm really used to it now because I now play for like development tour for 3 years. So yeah, I was gutted to lose the final against Neil last time, but hopefully if I make the final against Neil, I will get my revenge on that.
He's calling it out already. And this is a big part of your development process, Bradley. This is the second time that we've seen you here at the Super Series. What do you feel like you've taken from the first time here that you've been able to use as a little bit of experience, as maybe as lessons this time round?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really happy to be invited again by ADC Europe, so thanks to that. But yeah, when the first time I came here, I was really nervous, but at the end, like I think when I came in Group C, then I actually played without nerves. Today I had some nerves, but at the beginning of the week I actually played all right. I think I had in Group A 2 matches below 80 efforts. So yeah, I'm more consistent, and I know now what to expect on tomorrow. So yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow actually.
Okay, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night. We'll let you go and rest up now. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow night here at the Super Series. So Bradley Roos through to tomorrow night's final. We're going to see who the next person's going to be through. Josh Richardson is waiting in the wings, and he needs Dad to win against John Worsley. Let's head down to the commentary box where Laura Turner's alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, it is lovely to see a dart player smile. I can't say I did too much of that in my career, so it's lovely to see, and just seeing the enthusiasm and excitement and well, the anticipation of coming back for another crack on a Saturday night. As he said, he was just edged out by Neil Duff the last time he was here and made a final on debut, of course, and just showing that that wasn't any stroke of luck. He's done it again, and he's made finals night, 2 from 2.
First leg, James to throw first.
No, we were saying, weren't we? Just really
Game
nice
on.
attitude towards darts and really appreciating the opportunity and pleased to make the most of it. And yeah, can't help but be pleased for him.
Yeah, exactly that, and spoke very well. And
34.
came across very well too. A lot of these European countries put us to shame, don't they? In terms of, we were saying it as we were listening to him, and it's just so good that they
43.
can speak English, and we're so. Well, I am so lazy. I can order beers in about 8 different languages, but that I can say please, thank you, and
96.
order beer in 8 languages. That's about it.
And no doubt some Vino Blanco.
Oh, absolutely.
Por favor.
Absolutely.
$180.
Well, quite simply, in this one, Worsley wins. He
96.
joins Bradley in tomorrow night's final. If James Richardson wins, he confirms his son through with Bradley Roos.
42.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah, Josh Richardson's Christmas list. I think there's just one thing on it at the moment. And that's a
83.
win from Dad here.
Well, he started off very well, hasn't he? 92 after 12 on throw. And of course, all the
83.
well, in a normal
James, you can't
situation,
92.
the pressure would all be on Worsley, but I'm not. Well, James is. I'm pretty sure he's fully aware of the scenario he's in.
52. John O'Carr,
He can give
153.
his son, or do his son, a massive favour. We've
100.
seen this so often.
James
A
O'Carr, 40.
player in a position where they just need to get a win, playing against a player who, for them, it's
Game shot on the first
it
leg.
doesn't
James
matter. It's
Richardson.
irrelevant. Remember Steve West being put out by Justin Hood in the last series.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly there as well, when that tops went in and James went to collect his darts, big sigh of relief, little wipe to the brow. So yeah, I think you're right,
99.
Chris. I think he knows what's at stake.
Yeah, he'd be feeling it.
$80. $140.
Yeah, great angle there. We could just see John Worsley squeezing that treble 20 just above the other one.
60. $98.
Yeah, so it's just for the 18s, just to ensure that he has got a finish left. James Richardson, even with a max, wouldn't be able to leave a
57.
finish
John
from there.
O'Carr,
So
164.
minimum of 6 darts here for John Worsley to make this an even match.
$84.
Yeah, trouble 20 there with left tops. It'd have been the perfect approach play.
$123. John O'Carr, 80.
Like I said, scoreline irrelevant for Worsley.
Game shot on the second
Tops,
leg.
tops.
John Worsley.
Oh, I'd like to say, well, I was about
Third
to
leg,
say
James to
before,
throw
well, he must be
first. Game
feeling
on.
it, but
He's wobbling free.
yeah. He's one of those that tells me pressure
42.
is for tyres. I always say pressure makes diamonds.
$140.
Or in my case, dust.
Cubic zirconas.
140. $100.
Can confirm semi-finals, Players' Championship 23. Stephen Bunting has defeated Darryl Gurney with yet another 100-plus average.
99.
6-3. Anderson beat Lukeman 6-5. Ryan Joyce got the better of MVG 6-3 with a 105. Clayton has beaten Damon Hetta 6-1 with 100. So semi-finals, Anderson, Bunting, Joyce,
60.
Clayton.
I'm sure eagerly watching in the back.
174.
Yeah, big puff of the cheeks at the end of that one from John Worsley. He's a good actor, isn't he? Because apart from the little signs we'd pick up on, you wouldn't know he's
134.
in a situation where it's a must-win game.
Now he must be feeling it a bit, but
Well, it's either in finals night or BFH, isn't it?
yeah, absolutely. But
45.
up to that throw there was just edging over 100 on the average. 98.18 at the moment. And he has up the levels and
43.
again in control of this leg.
$125.
Horrible deflection there. And last time out when Worsley had to
85.
find
Johnny Carr,
a
157.
big game, he produced a 4-1 win over Chris with 101.3, and his numbers are approaching that right now. He's currently averaging 99.67.
81.
Yeah, Richardson needs to really find something to put any kind of pressure on, and yeah, he
45.
just
Johnny
cannot
Carr,
find a
76.
reply. So Worsley back for 76.
Oh, interesting.
Game shot on the fourth
Well,
leg. John
I don't
Worsley.
know why or what rhyme and reason, but ultimately it's 3-1. It's a 15
Fifth leg, James
darter.
to throw first. Game on.
And he's 3 out of 3. How often does he do this? This immaculate finishing.
Yeah, when it's on, it's really on, isn't it?
He'd be right in the Grand Prix, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, that famous double start.
It gets underway
21.
on Monday in its current home of Leicester.
Yeah, not Dublin in Dublin, but
No,
Dublin in
just
Leicester.
doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No, but still all the
100.
jam-packed action
Yes,
from the top
oh,
players.
absolutely. Yeah, on Sky Sports from Monday, 7 o'clock. Don't have too much fun without
60.
us.
Oh, how could I?
Just remember your roots. Did you ever get to enjoy the broom cupboard of Southampton? You didn't, did
No, I didn't. No, my first experience of it has been
Aaron
here.
played down there, didn't he?
Aaron did, yeah. Squeaky.
Yeah.
He mentioned a squeaky floorboard.
Oh, yes, we had one of those as well.
Yeah, he did a week.
$96.
Well, I suppose his thinking there is there's nothing Richardson can do to leave a finish, so I'm just gonna stay there. You go 25 now.
100. Johnny Carr,
Treble 20 and
125.
tops to confirm his place with Bradley Roos and Alex Spellman. There's the 25. Oh, Mystic Mason. My
65.
crystal ball must be a little bit dirty.
$60.
So 20 and
Johnny Carr,
tops
60.
to complete the job in emphatic fashion.
Game shot on
Credit
the mark.
to
John Worsley.
Josh Richardson, who grafted hard all day, being taken to the hill on 4 occasions and coming out on top. And Fortunately for him, defeat to Bradley Roos. And the win there for Worsley against his father James means it is Alex Spellman, Bradley Roos and John Worsley, the first 3 players through to tomorrow night's final. Look at that average when he really needed it, 99.41, and not for the first time today, 4 out of 4 on the doubles. When we come back, it's our penultimate match of the session, and it's Christopher Tonders against Tom Sykes.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by John Worsley. John, goodness me, that was a little bit more tense than perhaps what you would have liked it to have been in the end.
Definitely, mate. I've got a bit of a sweat on here. But, oh, what a tournament this has been with 6 quality players, and I feel sorry for the other 2 that pushed us all the way and didn't quite make it. Like, it's been tough.
Let's dissect the story of your group. Obviously, yesterday you win each your opening 4 matches. You put yourself in a good position. And then start of the day, didn't quite go your way. But then towards the end, you put in 3 really, really good performances when it mattered. Yeah,
The first game today, I played pretty well, I think. Beating Tom, which hurt him a little bit because he went on a losing streak then. But then, obviously, I lost to 2 players who were both good. But the last 3 performances, 99, 101 and 99, is just shows what I'm made of, really, under pressure.
And you mentioned that, the under pressure element of it, and you've been used to these big scenarios, especially here at the Super Series in the past. So you've got this experience of, when it comes to the crunch in these groups, how to get over the line.
Yeah, in the PDC in the past, I've like faltered at the last third, or like I haven't really. Well, they've got the experience, but when I come here, I've got the experience, so it seems to be getting me over the line a little bit.
Has the Super Series actually taught you to a certain extent how to win?
100%. 100%. Like everybody knows who follows me at darts, the PDC is hard, and I might win a game or 2, but 9 times out of 10 you're losing every week, and it hurts. And then when you come here and you start getting on a run, it gives you so much confidence. Yeah, 100%.
Confidence breeding confidence, and you've won a week before here at the Super Series. Now back into a Saturday night. How much can you draw upon that going into tomorrow evening?
Every game's different, every day's different, but if I can perform the way I have the last 3 games, then I'll give anyone a game.
Most certainly will. John, thank you so much for popping up to the balcony. Many congratulations on making it through to tomorrow night. We are going to see the Womble into tomorrow night's final here at the Super Series. There we go. You're a happy man, aren't you?
Come on, the Womblettes. They're coming down to watch me. So.
Oh, yeah. The Womblettes are back.
Yeah, I'm very happy, and so will they be. So.
Right, we'll get them on dartshop.tv to book their tickets. One final game for us. It sees Christopher Tonders in action against Tom Sykes. Both players last run out for the week. Down in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Laura Turner are describing the action.
Thank you very much, Henry. So Womblettes are not Womblers. Womblettes must be the girls.
I would say so.
The Womblers must be the fellas. presume we're still allowed to do that nowadays, aren't we? And he's right what he says. When he's on, he is really on. He had an average of 90.19 yesterday, 100.12, 92.39 today. When he's
First leg, Chris is well, first.
Really had to produce.
Game on.
He's had an 87.03. The only real game I couldn't sort of pick that
46.
was a bit of an off one, and that's where he missed 9 darts at a double against Bradley. He averaged 82. Then he's had a 99.4. Again, when he really had to.
140.
He has then had a 100.13 and then a 99.41. A couple of times he's gone 4 out of 4 on the doubles. If he gets it all right tomorrow night, I'm with him. He's going to give anybody drama.
Yeah, and I think he was quite right to mention it's a
41.
different day, but different format, different mindset that you take into finals night. You have to, because essentially small group stages can be realistically over for you in the first match.
I mean, you're gonna be very fortunate if you lose your opening match and sort of
100.
Get through. I mean, it does happen. It does happen regularly, but it makes things so much more difficult. And the attitude you've got to have, it's knockout darts, and just treat both matches as knockout games, and
119.
you win them, you're in the semi-finals.
100. Tommy Carr, 59.
I mean,
49.
my preference going
Christopher
forward,
Carr,
I
116.
think we should somehow have a system where we could manipulate it to get 8 players in a finals night. Maybe just
40.
up the
Tommy Carr, 10.
distance of matches and have a quarters, a semis, and a final on the night. And it adds to the excitement, the group games, but
No score. Christopher Carr,
I suppose
76.
I'm talking from a personally selfish point of view, but that's what I'd rather play.
60. Tommy
Both of
Carr,
these
10.
will a sarcastic thumbs up. Yeah, both of these will want to sign out with a
Game shot
with
the
a
first
win.
leg. Tom Sykes.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see both get the opportunity to come back. I certainly would like to see
Second leg, Tom to third
Sykes back.
first.
Very
Game
much
on.
like Tommy Morris when he came here and he lit the place up with his style of play, and
140.
we will get to see him tomorrow afternoon, of course, in the belt game. You could come too. Tickets
100.
available. Dartshop.tv. Just a £2 booking fee. Get yourself down to Portsmouth. Make a bit of a weekend of it.
60.
Plenty to do down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you can't make this Saturday, there's tickets available right the way up to Champions Week in November. So
57.
lots of opportunity. Got bumper a week lined up for next week.
Oh yeah, next week. My goodness. I think the tickets will be like
38.
hotcakes come next Saturday, especially if a certain Mr. Luke Littler is
85.
in good form and makes it through. And that will, of course, if he does get through to Saturday night and progresses,
99.
it will be the penultimate opportunity to see him here at the Super Series, because he selfishly has
95.
gone off and got himself a
Tommy
tour
Carr,
card and
164.
How very
gonna
dare
carve out a career in the PDC and earn millions while leaving us here. So selfish.
64. Christopher Carr, 164.
There's another one of the kind of success stories coming off the back of the Super
J-
Series.
Yeah, and the
Tommy Carr,
JDC and
100.
Yeah.
all that whole system, isn't it?
It's just allows the opportunity here to play on cameras, but also just, it's great to see when players that have played here, and as you say, the JDC
44.
and the development tour,
Christopher
how
Carr,
they
80.
progress through the rankings.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
that
Christopher
link up
Saunders.
as well that the JDC had with the PDC, which allowed the 2 finalists to play on the
Third
big
leg, Chris to
stages,
go first. Game on.
and just sitting back and watching them sort of.
46.
I remember watching. I think it was Thomas Banks and Luke Littler at one at Milton Keynes, and they were just fearless.
100.
I was up on the balcony because the players' bar's up there, and there was MVG was out there, Peter Wright was out there, Gezi was out, and they were all watching
60.
from the balcony, watching these couple of kids take lumps out of each other up there, and I'm just playing with such freedom and enjoyment. It's so nice to see.
46.
Yeah, and also probably feeling slightly grateful that they're slightly more developed in their career and don't have to face them on regularity on the development tour.
95.
The JDC.
You're going to see ball here.
105.
170. Well, that'd be the way to sign out your campaign, wouldn't it?
58. Tom Nakar 170.
I can assure you, he won't be laying up. Oh, doesn't find the first treble. Would he have hit the ball?
98.
Go for it.
We'll never know. I'd like to say yes.
38. Tom Nakar 72.
So this is for a third consecutive breaker throw.
32.
A bit of a wild one, but Gunders can only try and set something up and hope Tom
95.
misses again.
Tom Nakar 40. $30. Christopher Carr
I think that's
109.
a big difference between yesterday and today. He was pinning those with good regularity.
26. Tom Nakar 10.
Arguably scoring still hasn't been a massive issue for him already in this match. We've seen 2 tons, 2
He's on
ton
the third
40s,
leg.
and 180, but 1 from 9 or 2 from 10, sorry, 20% on the doubles. And
Yeah, that's reflected in the average of 76, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
Fourth leg, Tom to third first. Game on.
If he's even 2 from 5, that averages in the 90s.
46. 42. 134. 123.
And next year, as per the norm here with the Super Series, we're going to see another cycle of players making their potential debuts here at the Super Series.
52.
And as the ADC continues to expand through Europe, I've just seen there's another campaign to find more venues.
140.
We're going to see more and more players step on that stage.
Potential Mace stepping out of the comms box again.
Oh, next year for sure. I was going to have a go this year, but it's just, and I'm not one of those that will just play for the sake of playing. I have to put in a good bit of practice, play some competitive darts. But yeah, I'm definitely playing next year, given the opportunity.
Christopher Carr 56.
I'll just create my own ADC qualifier and win that. Just not tell anybody it's on and lock the doors in the flow. Bit of random names.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't need to go to
52.
those lengths as a former weekly winner.
Exactly that.
It's awkward.
10.
Yeah, just
Tom Nakar 20.
overcooked it.
Yeah, so for 3-1 for Tom Sykes, can he find the double 10? Oh, well, he's in the same position. A bit of an inside-out shot, and he finds the double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tom Sykes.
Well, that could very well be the
Fifth leg,
final
Christopher
leg
throw
of
first.
the
Game on.
contest.
55.
Just 55, so already an early opening. You can find a couple of trebles.
60.
Doesn't find the one.
$135. 46. 93. $100.
Get it on with another treble just to close the gap.
95.
Oh, he'd love to fill it. And does fill it.
180.
Gets
Christopher Carr,
himself
123.
firmly back in the leg.
91. Tom Carr, 115. $77. Christopher Carr, 32.
Match start has
Getting shot on the
come and
fifth leg.
gone, and
Christopher Saunders.
Christopher steps in and says, "Oh no, gonna make you work."
Six leg Tom to throw first. Game on.
Although both are playing with a bit of freedom, both will want to, as I said, sign off with a win.
140. $81. $135. 26.
That may be the beginning of the end. I have
100.
to say, a very enjoyable debut for Tom Sykes. I'm sure he would take away plenty of fond
45.
memories, but he
Tom
still
McCall,
has work to do, of course.
126.
He's looking to take that ADC strap off of Chris Contock tomorrow. He's going to win this in style.
94.
Oh, still taking it very seriously.
98. Tom Carr, 32.
So 32 to sign off with a 13 darter,
Being
and
shot
that's
in the match,
exactly
Tom Sykes.
what he does. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of everybody here at the Super Series and those of you watching at home. A thoroughly enjoyable debut. Also enjoyed the performances this week from Christopher Saunders. So there you are, 83.2, a couple of 180s in there, 4 out of 15 on the doubles, and those misses came very early in the match. So for a quick summary and a look forward to this evening, I'm going to join Laura and Henry up on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, it wasn't quite to be for Tom Sykes today, but he rounds off with a win, which will give him some confidence going into the belt match tomorrow.
Yeah, and there is a lot that he can take. Obviously, you know, it has been a different environment, and he absolutely smashed it yesterday. Just couldn't quite follow up. Came a bit unstuck, especially with the doubles. But yeah, a lot that he can take from it.
So Tom Sykes, our final winner of the day. This is what we've seen elsewhere today at the Super Series. And we saw John Worsley make his way through to finals night. And he was joined alongside Bradley Rose, who had the perfect day as far as he is concerned, making his way through to the finals. It was a big task of him at the start of the day. The bookmakers thought it was a long task of him at the start of the day to go on and win the group. But go and win the group he did by completing the card.
Yeah, and what more can you do than that? I mean, it's exceptional, and really found himself up against it and under a bit of pressure at times, but just managed to find a way to kind of relax, you know, get his throw right, and as you say, tops the group.
And this was the big one against Josh Richardson, currently second at the time, narrowly misses out. But when it came to the clutch moments, Bradley found something straight away off the bat. He came back from 3-1 down against James.
Yeah, really well-timed finishes, as you say. You know, he's just managed to find that extra gear to allow him to carry him through. And I mean, his interview afterwards was just absolutely lovely, and it's quite infectious to see how much he's looking forward to going back and maybe trying to go one step further tomorrow.
And it's so nice to see from a young player, because I feel like sometimes players of Bradley's age and maybe just a little bit older can get all consumed by things. They maybe overanalyze things, but he was kind of playing with this real smile on his face, a real energy.
Yeah, and I think you could actually say the same probably for Chris Saunders as well. I think they've both taken to this in a way that, you know, they're just trying to enjoy the experience, make the most of it. And like I say, for Bradley, it's gone the right way. But don't forget, you know, he's won a world title himself in the WDF Youth, so he's no stranger to a good win on a stage.
No, certainly. And of course, I find the last time he was here, he's going to be joined by John Worsley. Now, he was on 8 points, won his first 4 games in the group, but goodness me, he left it a bit later than perhaps what he would have liked. But what he did do towards the line was put in 3 incredible performances.
Yeah, he'd done what we kind of expected him to do, probably from the start. And I think he would say when he came into it, maybe a little bit rusty. He hasn't had as much match practice, but what he's done, just turned around his fortunes. And yeah, he was in control of his own destiny in that last match, and he really did make sure of it.
And just a thought on Josh Richardson. Came so close, was in the running right until the very end. Needed Dad to do him a favour, couldn't quite do it. So I can imagine there'll be an interesting family car ride home, that is for sure. But came so close yet so far.
Yeah, and you don't want to be relying on other people. I mean, I know it's just unfortunate that it happened to be his dad that he had to kind of hope one through right in the end. But bit of damage done yesterday and just couldn't quite find the winning kind of level of Bradley Roos to make sure of his place.
Yeah, that's going to be brought up over the Christmas dinner, isn't it? Right, let's have a look at the table following the end of Group C. As you can see, Bradley was making his way through. John Worsley on, I was going to say goals difference. That's a completely different sport. Legs difference over Josh Richardson. Tom Sykes, who began the day top of the table, could only muster a couple of victories. He's on 12 points for Christopher Tunders, and James Richardson just didn't quite work out in the end, did it really, in Group C?
No, and, I'm disappointed for both of them. I think they've shown, patches of excellence, but just came across people that when they did miss, the opportunity was taken against them, and hence just the one win across the 2 days for both Chris and for James. But yeah, for the rest of the field, Tom Sykes again, a little bit disappointed for him in terms of where he finished yesterday, but a lot that he can take from this.
As far as Christopher's concerned, we spoke to him earlier on this morning. He was loving every single bit of this, a bit like Bradley, as you mentioned earlier on, was just taking everything as it comes and not used to that kind of stage experience. He can take a lot from this week.
Yep, again, this is completely unique. You get so many opportunities. I think Chris has said it a couple of times in commentary that, the first few years of his career, when would he have ever had like 25 games in front of a camera, on a televised event? So this is really good and should keep, stand them in good stead. So, yeah, hopefully there's a lot that he can take from it too.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see him back here soon. He's been a real good character to have around the Super Series. Right, tonight is the culmination of Group B here at the Super Series. This is how the tournament bracket looks, because we can now confirm Bradley and John's place alongside Alex Spellman into the finals. We're going to find out the final 3 identities come around about 1 o'clock in the morning. Jared Cole is the player at the top of the table. He is the player to beat at the minute. He won all 4 matches yesterday. And considering where he was on Monday, he was struggling a little bit under the weather. To put himself in this position, you've got to give him full credit, haven't you?
Yeah, again, played day on day, has got better and better. We've seen him take that fabulous 160, which I know we have mentioned a lot, but why?
Just a couple of times.
Why not? Because it was fabulous. But yeah, he has really stepped it up, and to go through the card in that field yesterday, yeah, outstanding.
As impressed as we were with Jared Cole, was that as not disappointed, but surprised with the level of performance we saw from Richie Howson yesterday?
Yeah, it was just very uncharacteristic. We always expect so much from Richie just because of the successes he's had on the seniors, and what we've seen from him here. So, yeah, we always have that level of expectation. But you have to kind of remember that players that come here, they're human. And, you can have an off day. But what was good was Richie managed to kind of just play through it and did get progressively better and got points on the board.
We're going to be watching that action from 10 o'clock tonight. So I suppose that's food o'clock time for us now, isn't it?
Sounds good to me.
Right, we are off to grab a bite to eat. You enjoy your early evening, whether it's a Friday night chippy tea or something along them lines, but don't forget to join us from 10 o'clock here for all the action in Group B here at the Super Series. But as far as Group C is concerned, concerned. It's been a long week, hasn't it?
Indeed.
As far as Group C is concerned, well, Bradley rose to the occasion, and I'm going to learn some English.
first leg,
a
Chaz
victory
to
tonight
throw
can
first.
see him kickstart another
Game
phase of his career. Danny McNamara, the referee. Barstow has the darts, the only match in one of our weeks in which
96.
a bull is done to decide who throws first. And that can be the most important dart, the one thrown in the practice room, because Glenn Durrant, having seen both semis go 4-3, you fancy this to go the distance too?
Yeah, I think it would just sort of conclude what's been a very tight and competitive week. You know, both are going to create a story, but there's something special about the way Chaz is playing right now. Say Borden a little bit disappointed. He's got the crowd on his side, but maturity is key for this man. He's something that's probably been to his detriment previously. Now we're going to see the best version of Rhys Robinson.
93.
As Henry mentioned in the preview to this final, both of these men pitched as outsiders by the odds compilers, 7-1 apiece.
140.
Does tried to amount a 7-1 accumulator in his tips earlier. You'd have been better off just saying back both of these, Glenn.
Jeez, Chris, I've just been nice about
60.
you upstairs.
Raise your wire 160.
These are the types of moments now. Whose position do you want to be in? 161 with the darts, or the lowest score of 112? Right now, I know where I'd want to be.
136.
Well, he was on the green, but not in the hole in the end.
112.
And now Barstow gets his swing going. Can still do it. He would have to end on the ball himself now. Right, can he do what Rhys couldn't?
102.
He's miscounted. Well, we said in the semi-final that counting had been a big problem for both players.
25.
And Chaz Barstow has just had the ultimate mathematical meltdown.
Now, Rhys Robinson has to stay focused. Part of him's thinking, what's going on here? And once again, there's the maturity. There's a bit of laughter in the back there. That's not what Rhys Robinson normally does. I like this. I fancy this. What a marker.
13.
You know, when I saw him aiming away, Glenn, I'm thinking, surely he's not going for an 18 here. But it was.
Chaz
the maths.
required 10.
What was interesting also, Rhys is looking at the crowd. That's a very intimate venue. You have to expect that, Rhys. That's why you've got to stay focused. This is not a gimme still.
5.
Well, we thought it would be a dramatic final. Didn't think a lot of the drama would come in the very first leg, but that's what's happening here. Can Rhys make peace with leg one? He does. Collides in off the barrel and wins the leg, holds his throw. But what a dramatic start to this final. Hodges broke the throw, didn't he? Even I'm getting confused now.
Yeah, yesterday, Chaz Barstow wants 55. He hits a big 16. On 107, he hits the sweet as a nut, treble 19. We're all looking at bull.
95.
And he hits double top. Rhys Robinson's then affected by the crowd, but still comes back for more.
140.
One of the strengths, Chaz, he can put things to one side and go back and continue. Still all very much in the balance.
123.
We're always looking for new and different things to do on our social media YouTube channel and the MSS
59.
Darts Twitter. Maybe we're going to have to do some kind of maths masterclass. Not aimed at the viewers, but the players.
Just the time for me. It's tension. It's when you're up there in that red hot environment. You know, sometimes your brain can be doing some crazy things. He's probably wanted that finish a million times and never gone for tops. And in 2 days running, he's done 2 of the biggest finishing 4 powers you've ever seen.
Do make sure you're following those accounts, by the way. Loads of content on the YouTube channel, including all of the sessions in full and highlights from everything
45.
that you've seen here.
Chaz required
Clips and
164.
plenty of other stuff posted on the Twitter page as well. Now then, this could be a highlight for the highlight reel. Oh, he goes for the ball this time and gets it. Well, that is the ultimate irony. Yeah, Rhys Robinson says, that was right this time, Chaz.
Rhys Robinson said, I was looking at tops.
Game on.
Oh, wow.
But in all seriousness, Rhys Robinson just nodding his head, just trying to get his thoughts together. It feels like it's him and the crowd against him right now, but I still like that environment, and that's what he needs to do. Chaz hasn't kicked off well, and Rhys is back where he likes to be.
What a response. A 164 finish from Chaz Barstow, replied to with a 180 opener. by his opponent. And by the way, Glenn, has Jeremy Fagg just been outvoted now? Is that the new checkout of the week?
Yeah, well, I was going to say that about the previous one as well, but I think we did the poll just a little bit too early. Captivating.
96.
Well, if you're watching at home and you want to be here, and why wouldn't you want to be here on any of our finals night, this real intimate, unique experience to watch darts and how
57.
dramatic it has been. You can come and feel that drama. Scan that QR code. Get yourselves here. It'll take you to the ticket page at dartshop.tv any Saturday night from 7:30.
140.
And you can be part of this real unique atmosphere watching top darts players doing the right things and sometimes the wrong things.
180. Race require 85.
That was the right thing.
The afterburners are on. For a 12.
45. Chaz require 135.
How important was that 180 from Chaz Barstow? Gives him a chance. Still a tall ask. He's going to set it up at Reece Robinson. These are the moments. 3 darts at tops to lead 2-1 in your biggest match of the year. He looks good. The tightening of the arm. Can't even begin to tell you what happens to your body. And when it goes right in the top, the big growl that he does, let the crowd know that he's feeling good. It's just break after break after break so far in this match. Who is going to keep their composure? Who is going to sprint for that line?
Well, the showpiece showdown is turning into the best match of the night. As it should be.
123.
Both these players going at it, producing the best stuff. Neither has faltered this evening. Well, not in terms of a result anyway.
58.
Just a solid game. But that first dart to Robinson right now. He's seeing that treble 20.
140.
Like a bucket. The criticisms, Chris, I've had about Reece before, his mind
59.
can wander. He's been superb, arguably the best player the past couple of days. But now it's all about desire. Now it's all about
83.
focus.
Well, let's not forget as well, Glenn, that Reece Robinson, when he played in Group B yesterday, he won all of his matches.
100.
So he's actually on a 7-match winning streak. If he can make it 8, he'll take the trophy.
This is formidable. Go back upstairs.
139.
To leave a 1 dart, double 8 finish. Robinson can see that finishing post.
Yeah, he can move closer to it if he finds the double for a 13-darter.
Reece requires 16.
Happily settle for 14 or 15 as well.
Can he gallop to the line? He certainly can. With a
flag,
furlong to go, there's the
Robinson.
fist pump. The crowd don't agree with it because the crowd are all on the side of Chaz Barstow. We're right in his
Just
hometown.
like Chaz to throw first. Game on.
A home county before he upset any Portsmouth people there.
On a night like tonight, surely there are more twists and turns.
85.
Surely it just doesn't end 4-1 at a conventional win. There is more drama to come, surely.
Yeah, from the opening salve on Monday morning when Robert Thornton
58.
fought back from 3, and it's just been a really topsy-turvy seesaw battles. It's been a great week. So ultra competitive, massive scoring, high finishing, the big fish. We're seeing everything here.
Yeah, and plenty of those 180s as well. Many of them coming from this man. And there's another one.
190.
And there's the celebration. He's enjoying it. He thinks this is a victory parade, but the job's not done yet, Reece.
Stay focused, Reece. For Chaz, was he affected by that celebration?
29.
Maybe I know nothing and Reece knows something.
Or maybe the celebration, or maybe just the fact that he had a 180 hit straight back at him.
125.
That must hurt, Glenn, when you hit a maximum and your opponent answers in kind.
Someone said it's like a boxer. If they hit you with a left, hit them with a right.
Well, it could be.
100.
Sugar Reece Robinson,
Reece require 100.
who was about to land the knockout blow. Another. The double 12.
126.
Barstow on the canvas. Can he get up?
107.
Will he go the same route? It looks like he's staying upstairs. for treble 17.
47.
All up to the Humber man.
Race you require 12.
Double 6 to finish a job. And down for double 3. And Reece
shot.
Robinson
And
reigns
the MODUS Super Series
on week 2.
champion,
The
Reece
MODUS Super
Robinson.
Series 4. A fabulous final, plenty of drama all night, but Robinson put on a show in the decider. A 4-1 win over Chaz Barstow.